Hello. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, Azman, sir.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Azman, sir. Azman, sir. From Malaysia.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah.
Good morning,
Can
sir.
you
Good
hear me?
morning.
Here is almost afternoon now.
Well, this is Professor Shivkumar Babu. I'm not able to, I hope you're able to see me.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Sivakumar Babu, sir.
Yeah, I hope you're able to see me. No? I don't.
No,
Good
sir.
morning.
You are audible but not visible. By present now, currently, sir.
No, actually my video is on. So that's what I see, that it's video and audio are on. So maybe,
Yeah.
Sir, you are visible, sir. You are visible.
yeah.
Okay.
No, you are visible, sir, and you are audible also, both visible and audible.
Thank you so much. Okay.
हेलो सर सारे लोग आ चुके हैं जो गेस्ट वगैरह सब ऑनलाइन नोटिस से नहीं है सर मैंने मैसेज तो ड्रॉप करने को बोला है करवा दिया मैंने ड्रॉप तो एक बार आप फोन कर दीजिए मेरे पास नंबर नहीं है नहीं तो मुझे दीजिए नंबर
Good morning to one and all. On the behalf of Civil Engineering Department, Jodhpur Institute of Engineering and Technology, I welcome all of you for this two-day international e-conference, RACECTAM. I welcome Professor Dr. Shiv Kumar Babu, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, IISc Bangalore, and Professor Dr. Azman bin Qasim, University of Technology, Malaysia, as our chief guest and guest of honor for this inaugural ceremony. I request Professor Dr. K.K. Paliwal, sir, Campus Director, JIET, to introduce us about this conference.
Thank you, Abhishek. I think, firstly, good morning, everyone, and I welcome you all to this RACECTAM, that is International Conference on Recent Advancement on Civil Engineering, and that too in construction techniques and materials. So I welcome you all the guests. Firstly, I'd like to welcome our chief guest, that is Professor Dr. G.L. Shivakumar Babu, who is President, Indian Geotechnical Society, and Professor in Department of Civil Engineering, IISc Bangalore. Then our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Azman bin Qasim, University of Technology, Malaysia. Our presiding guest, Engineer Navneet Agrawal, Director General of Jeet Group of Institutions. Distinguished guests, faculty members, and participants. You know, necessity is the mother of invention. And in this pandemic situation which the world is facing today, so the necessity, since learning is a never-ending process, ये ताउम्र चलती रहती है लर्निंग, हमें छोटी से छोटी चीज भी कुछ न कुछ सीख दे जाती है। और हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर अपने नरेंद्र मोदी साहब ने कहा है कि जो ट्राइंग और टेस्टिंग टाइम है, जो चुनौतियां हैं, चुनौतियों में भी हमें अवसर ढूंढना है. We need to find out the ways to cope up with these challenges. So I think this is the right forum for all researchers, for all students to learn from each other, and there will be definitely a takeaway home with the presence of eminent speakers from IISc Bangalore, University of Technology, Malaysia, renowned speakers, researchers, scholars. So a need to focus to minimize the material used and making it cost effective by the use of latest technology and different optimization techniques. So with this aim, we are holding this e-conference, and I hope with the participation of so many researchers, students, industrial people, eminent speakers, I think we'll definitely find few solutions and few definite takeaway homes. So welcome once again, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Paliwal sir. It was a great welcome speech given by you, and it's a great initiation of this two-day international e-conference. Now I request our convener and head of department, Professor Dr. Arvind Devangan sir, to give us about the brief of the conference theme. Arvind sir.
Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. G.L. Shivakumar Babu sir, Technical Education Department, IISc Bangalore, and President, Indian Geotechnical Society. Presiding guest, Honorable Engineer Navneet Agrawal sir, Director General JIT Group of institutions. Guest of honor, Professor Dr. Azman bin Qasim, University Technology Malaysia, and all the ones taking participations in this online international conference. I hand you over a warm morning greetings. This has been the first time ever where the faculty members, research scholars, and students of Department of Civil Engineering have bloomed into organizing the international e-conference, which is been entitled Recent Advancement on Civil Engineering Construction Techniques and Materials. We have attempted to include on about all the subjects of core civil engineering branches like recent innovation in structures, water resources and irrigation, innovations in geotechnical and transportation system, and environmental aspects and energy in this very conference, so that faculties, staff, and students would mark their steps in the field of innovation, would attain guidance through this platform, and would bring the best out of their research work. In that direction, I am extremely delighted to have amongst us keynote speaker Dr. Professor Azman bin Qasim from Malaysia, keynote speaker Dr. Ramkishore Mancherial from Oman, Muscat, and keynote speaker Dr. Jabrinder Singh, DIT Dehradun, whose guidance would bring fruits to all the ones taking part in this e-conference. Looking forward to the next day of some of us. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Arvind sir, for such a delighting speech by you, sir. Now, it's a great honor for me to welcome Professor Dr. G.L. Shiv Kumar Babu. I start talking about him, I think it will take hours for me to introduce him. He has done his BTech from Civil Engineering, Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati. He's done his ME in Soil Mechanics and Foundation Engineering from Anna University, Madras. And then he completed his PhD in Geotechnical Engineering from ISC Bangalore in 1991. When I talk about his professional experience, he started as an engineer in International Airports Authority of India, New Delhi. After that, he worked as a scientist in Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, as well as Central Road Research Institute, New Delhi. He joined IISc Bangalore in 1996, and since then, he's working day and night in IISc Bangalore in the field of geotechnical engineering. When I talk about his awards and recognitions, I think ours are limited for it. He has many international awards like John Booker Model, International Association for Computer Methods and Advances in Geomechanics. He has Excellent Contribution Award of International Association to Computer Methods and Advances in Geomechanics. He has been awarded Wesley V. Honor Award for his paper in Risk and Reliability Analysis of Multi-Barrier System for Near Surface Disposal Facilities. He has been given Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship. He is a visiting scholar of Purdue University in USA. There are many, many papers of him who has already won the best paper awards. He is the chief editor of Indian Geotechnical Society Spring publication. He is the president of Indian Geotechnical Society. He is in the review board, editor board of so many international journal papers that if I keep talking about it, it will take days for me. So it's an honor for me to introduce you all and to welcome Professor Dr. Shiv Kumar Babu. And being an IGS Life member, it's an honor for me as well, sir, to see you and listen to you, sir. So over to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Let me just first congratulate you all for having this program on the recent trends in construction management and materials. I'm delighted that this is the first time that we are addressing a gathering in Jodhpur, particularly the academic gathering. Professor Alam Singh is well known to the whole of the country. He's a great civil engineer and a geotechnical engineer, contributed significantly to the cause of teaching in the whole country. And it is amazing that when you mention Jodhpur, we always remind of the contributions made by him. And I must say that I must say a few words about the Indian Geotechnical Society, for which I'm the president, and I should also say a few words about American Society of Civil Engineers, for which I'm the governor. So I would like to say that that because a college like this needs to build leadership skills among faculty, students, and many others, because you have a big impact that you can make if you embrace a lot of things like this and new ideas in the conferences and all of that. So Indian Geotechnical Society is a body of professionals of 5,000 people, of which some of your members, life members, and it's about 70 years old and one of the oldest civil societies, where we have been conducting a lot of programs and a lot of activities, and many of them are academicians. Most of them are from IITs and IIC, and a lot of contributions are made by the Indian Geotechnical Society. We have 48 chapters. I should say that even Jodhpur has an Indian Geotechnical Society chapter. In fact, I was trying to see, maybe some of you can get in touch with me later to see the student chapter activities in the Indian Geotechnical Society local chapter there, because the advantage is that some of the civil engineering is taught a little in classrooms, but should be practiced well outside. That is very important, that whatever we teach in the classes are more towards fundamentals and understanding and raising the interest in civil engineering profession. But it's our objective to see that the students take the subject by horn and then do well. So we have a lot of student chapters in Indian Geotechnical Society, and I request that your college can also take some steps with the help of people from nearby cities and other places, and we'll have, maybe you can even host another conference in the same area. And the other thing that I would like to mention would be about American Society of Civil Engineers, which is actually a body of 150 years and contributed significantly to the world. And request that you can have a student chapter of ASC in your college. Its student membership is free, but the benefits that you get by having that, we are essentially, civil engineering is a profession is driven by leadership. Whether you have good road or bad road or whatever, like you want a bullet train between Ahmedabad or Mumbai, it's all driven by leadership. And we need to make leaders in civil engineering and in faculty, because we can make a lot of impact. And the we are facing today would be in, there are many, when you're having, why these associations and why these conferences are required, of that we need a platform over which you can discuss the issues and contribute to civil engineering practice in a better way. And the topic that you have chosen, both on the construction and as well as materials is something, construction practices is something amazing. I should say that the thing is that we have in India a lot of construction techniques. Maybe sometimes because we know that the construction techniques that what you see in the West may not valid, but maybe particularly in Asian countries and other countries, they're more appropriate because they could be cost effective, they could be innovative, they could be analyzed properly. So there are a lot of knowledge and scope for exchange of information, particularly in the industry, because if you're able to complete the projects well in time, whatever concepts are taught, in fact we should see that they're properly implemented, and that the fundamentals are strong in understanding how a good structure is constructed, and its performance is also monitored, because it is supposed to serve its design life. So for example, where it is a 15 years or 50 years, you should be able to do that. And the second thing that we should point out is the materials. In fact, understanding of civil engineering materials has gone a big change, because as civil engineer, we know more about steel and concrete, a little about that. I think geotechnical, we deal a lot of soil materials, and then you also should think of geosynthetics that have made a revolution, where geosynthetics can be used in all branches of civil engineering, right from flyovers to geo-environmental to landfills to water resource conservation and all of that. So when we think of new materials, in fact, I think you must have a look at the MIT, who talk about, say for example, as civil engineer, you need certain strength and stiffness, to make structure durable, perform its function properly, and all of that. And the materials like concrete and steel are developed maybe 100 years back, but the energy consumption that is required, to produce, say, for example, 1 ton of steel or 1 ton of huge, that, are we really doing the right thing? Because you want to have a certain strength and stiffness as a structural member. And even a road, you want a road, a good road, and why should you go about aggregate, and why should you spoil a lot of aggregate material which is so good? Can you remove all the Shivalik hills? The requirement of aggregates is so much in the country that we need to really innovate and come up with new design methods, like, say, for example, pavement, road or any other embankments and any other civil structures, buildings, and all of that. So there is so much material requirement, and management is required, and we should really look into the material management as well. Not construction, material management, and how do you produce sustainable structures. In fact, people have been talking about having a course in sustainability engineering. You should also have, because that's where say sustainability engineering, which is connected with all branches of civil engineering and even other disciplines. There is no problem. So how do you do that? So, for example, construction management. Can you use electronic sensors and other things to do a performance monitoring of structures? So we need to really look at sustainability engineering as our goal in civil engineering practice. Why? Because in normal engineering, that what we teach in classes is that we design, and then somebody gets for certain requirements of design, like bending moment, shear force, or stability or deformation requirements, then the design is complete and is executed disconnectedly. Somebody will execute, somebody will monitor, and it fails some fine day. I mean, there's no connection with all of this. But when it comes to sustainability engineering, you're looking at the object. You're not looking at some simple design, but you're looking at the object of design and its utility, like from societal point of view, environmental point of view, economic point of view. There, the economy was the only requirement. Here, you're looking at life cycle costs. Even people have been talking about circular economy. In fact, for plastic, you can have plastic roads. Why do you need for bitumen? Can you have a material which can be made of certain things which can be recyclable, and also take care of the repeated nature of loading in roads? And after all, our roads are bad. We know that, right? All of us. I don't know about Jodhpur. Roads are, we are very happy. And they have courts also. They are also not good. They are also very happy. So it doesn't mean anything. The thing is that you see that they are the changes that we have in the whole world, particularly in climate change, have been so significant. But at the same time, design against climate resilient designs do you have in civil engineering? Do you understand the global variations and temperature variations on certain structures, certain performances? I think our engineering curriculum needs to take a big change and challenge. And the thing is that sometimes we may not bring in a lot of changes in our curriculum because we are bound by AICTE rules or something. That's fine. But by means of these conferences, we can really inspire a lot of younger generation. And I'm sure that the conferences of this nature will really be a good stepping stones in this direction. So I'd like to thank you all for giving me an opportunity to present my ideas. Maybe, normally I can give a lot of information on environmental engineering, geo-environmental engineering, geotechnical engineering, and pavement. Why I'm asking is we need to look at the interdisciplinary nature of engineering and its impact on the quality of life. That is essential. So I believe that the students all of us should have a bigger picture of how we can contribute. And I wish that the conference will take a few steps in this direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such nice words about the conference. Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words, sir. Now I would like to request our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Azman bin Qasim. Azman bin Qasim is a professor at the School of Civil Engineering, formerly known as Faculty of Civil Engineering, University of Technology, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Azman bin Qasim started his career as a research assistant at Department of Civil Engineering, School of Engineering, University of Miami, USA. He worked briefly as a civil engineer before undertaking as a trainee in Maktab, Peruvian Raza Medavar. and then started his affiliation with the Faculty of Civil Engineering, University of Technology, Malaysia in 1989. Dr. Azman earned his Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from University of Miami in 1988 and Master of Engineering in Engineering Geology from University of Technology, Malaysia in 1996. He completed his PhD at University of Technology, Malaysia in 2011. Professor Dr. Azman's field of interest are slope engineering, unsaturated soil mechanics, soil properties, and geotechnical modeling. Dr. Azman has conducted extensive research on unsaturated soil mechanics to solve geotechnical problems associated with tropical residual soil slope. He is currently a professional engineer with practicing certificate, registered to Board of Engineering Malaysia BEM since 2006, a corporate member of Institute of Engineering Malaysia 2010, a registered professional technologist with Malaysia Board of Technologists MPOC, and a member of Associate Asian Engineer AAE since 2013. Over the course of his professional career, he has worked in several engineering projects that includes infrastructures, interior development, forensic works, and providing pro bono community service, including advising local government and non-profit organizations. He has published more than 100 journals and conference research papers and supervised more than 40 postgraduate students, as well as registers 10 numbers of intellectual property through technology licensing and 8 copyrights. It's an honor for us to have you, sir, as our guest of honor. I request Professor Dr. Azman bin Qasim for his work, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Abashik. Very good morning to all the guests of honor of Siwakumar, Prof. Paliwal.
Thank you, sir.
Prof. Arvind. Right? Do I pronounce it correctly? And okay, Mr. Nadir Agawal, right? And all the other professors and all the audience that are attending this international e-conference today. Okay, first and foremost, I'm honored to be invited as the keynote speaker. Okay, which I believe there are several other civil speakers from different academic background and countries, or maybe I'm the only one international speakers, I believe. Right? Right. It's important to note that a unique term for this conference has been chosen, which is the recent advancement of civil engineering, construction technique and material, which this term, I believe, will highlight the state of art in the construction technique and material, what we have today in the civil engineering industry. I'm confident that this conference will enable the presenters to highlight issues on mutual and current interests, as well as change view related to symposium related to the conference subterms. I think there much been said by Prof. Siwakumar on the civil engineering. Okay, I rather highlighted the organization affiliated. Okay, I'm affiliated to School of Civil Engineering under the Faculty of Engineering, and I'm now is the fellow in the center in one of the center in university. That's a center of excellence, what we call as Center of Tropical Geoengineering. The short form is the Geotropic, where Geotropic was established on February 2016, quite new. But now we are moving forward to be a high center of excellence in Malaysia. So So we are applying for that status, which I hope we can obtain the status by this year or rather next year. Okay, Geotropic Emission be a leader in the tropical journalism field in Malaysia and globally, which Geotropic provide the academic services related to geotechnics, tropical soil, rock and subsurface interaction, soil remediation and restoration, groundwater and geoenvironment, the geometric and geospatial information system, GIS, quarrying and mining, sensitivity, computational engineering, and highway pavement, to be short. We aim to integrate this multidiscipline in geo-related field and also natural disaster that concern the industry and communities. Geotropic is evaluated by experienced fellows. Okay, we have 4 professors in the affiliation, and we have international fellows, and we have other fellows all around the world. And we just have one PhD student who will sit for the Viva before the MCO. I mean, the MCO is the enforcement by the Malaysian governments, okay, because of the pandemic COVID-19. Geotropic also strengthened by our international fellow across the globe to promote the geotropic to the national area, where we always welcome the partnership with the public sector in all sorts of service, okay, to collaborate with us in pushing geotropic as one of the high center excellence in Malaysia. Okay, like I said, there are most of have been taught by Prof. Sivakumar. Okay, so I would like to wish lastly the conference will have a fruitful interaction and will be very productive for the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such nice words about our conference and enlightened words to motivate us. Now I welcome our presiding guest, our Honorable Director General, Engineer Navneet Agarwal, sir. Talking about Engineer Navneet Agarwal, sir, he has completed his bachelor's degree in electronics stream and completed his postgraduate diploma in business marketing. He has worked in multinational companies for about 4.5 years. He also served as a technical consultant in many educational institutions in and around Rajasthan. After gaining a sufficient administrative experience in the field of education, he set up and established the flagship college of JIT Group of Institutions, Jodhpur Institute of Engineering and Technology, in the year 2003. The only engineering institute in Western Rajasthan having NBA accreditation in 4 UG programs since 2011. Also, JIT is the only engineering college of Rajasthan accredited by NAAC NEC with A grade. JIT has also been ranked first in state by the affiliating university continuously 3 times in a year since session 2018-19. Talking about our entrepreneur, our esteemed Honorable Director General, Engineer Navneet Agarwal, sir. He is a man of technology and ventured into entrepreneurship as a tribute to his parent field. It's an honor to have you, sir, in our inaugural ceremony. I request you, sir, to give us your words of wisdom, sir. Engineer Navneet Agarwal, sir.
Thank you, Abhishek, sir. Very good morning to one and all. Honorable Chief Guest of the day, the Campus Director, Dr. Paliwal, Head of the Department, Dr. Devangan, all the faculty members, participants, and dear students. I think this is the first international e-conference organized by JIET. On this very auspicious occasion, although we are going through a very pandemic situation, COVID-19, but as it rightly said, show must go on, and hence we are continuing our show as far as academics is concerned. Although institution is logged, but education is on. And to understand, to get enriched with more skills, I think this is the best platform and the right platform to induced. I welcome all the participants, all the delegates, and all the keynote speakers to this e-conference organized by Department of Civil Engineering, JIET, Jodhpur. Sir, I think with the deliberations of different aspects in construction engineering, it's a time of boom as far as infrastructure development is concerned. In and around many projects with new technology, as I know a bit about the construction, there are latest and new technology induced as far as structure design is concerned, as far as beam and load transformation is concerned. I think during this conference, such deliberations will considered and participant will enrich their skills with the delightful and knowledgeable experience of the speakers. It's a truly a proud moment for me to be part of this institution and part of this international conference. Definitely, the organizers, Kiran ma'am, Abhishek sir, Kamlesh sir, and the entire team work hard to organize this conference. Organizing a conference is not merely organizing an event. It is organizing the mind. It's organizing a spiritual energy and delivering to the masses. And I think this conference definitely doing this job in the right spirit. It is a moment where we can, refresh ourselves, we can enrich ourselves, and definitely it boosts our morale so that we can enrich or we can transfer this knowledge to our students, to the budding engineer. Definitely it works, and by this e-mode or e-content, we'll get to know different aspects of the construction engineer. Once again, I welcome all the delegates, all the participants, all the keynote speakers, and all the dignitaries to this e-conference. I'm a very small person as far as technology is concerned, as far as this particular topic is concerned, to say about this topic. But definitely, I wish that I will also participate at least in 2 or 3 technical sessions today to understand the in and outs of the construction engineering in the present scenario. Thank you once again to all the organizers to invite me, to provide me a chair of a presiding guest. Thank you, Paliwal sir, thank you, Devangan sir, and thank you the entire organizing team. God bless you, and hope these 2 days give a lot insights about the topic. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Jeet.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for such nice words. Your words put new energy to our conference, sir. Such a delightful word, sir. Such an enlightenment by you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for that. Now, I request to give vote of thanks by our convener, Professor Kiran Bhoot, ma'am. Kiran, ma'am. Kiran, ma'am.
Yes, good morning to all. Good morning, respected Chief Guest, sir. Guest of honor are Azman bin Qasim, sir, Engineer Navneet Agarwal, sir, Dr. K.K. Paliwal, sir, Director JIET, and all the participants, all the faculty members. Good morning to all. First of all, I would like to propose a hearty vote of thanks to our Chief Guest, Professor Dr. G.L. Kumar Babu, for gracing today's international conference and delivering the inaugural address. Thank you for your very interesting and thought-provoking address. I am sure that all the participants have taken note of your intellectual words and will be discussing within their organizations. Now, I would like to thank our keynote speaker and guest of honor for today's program, Professor Dr. Azman bin Qasim, and sincerely thankful Azman sir for being our guest of honor, and it is an absolute honor for us to have you with us. Our second keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Jabrinder Singh from Dehradun University, and the third keynote speaker from Professor Dr. Ram Kishore Mancherial from Muscat, Oman. I would also like to sincerely thank them for being with us in the further sessions. Coming to the advisory board's member, Dr. Yogesh Desai, Dr. Vishwajit, Dr. Deepak Swami, Dr. Ankit Gupta, Dr. Navneet Munot, Dr. S.M. Yadav, uh, Dr. Suresh Kumar Singh, Dr. Ajay Sharma, Dr. N.K. Ameta, Dr. Akhil Ranjan, Dr. Ghanshyam Vaishnav, Engineer Navneet Agarwal sir, Engineer Basant Joshi sir. I would like to thank them for their immeasurable time and support, and for their profound and valuable suggestions. We would further say thank you to Bikaner Technical University, Bikaner, Indian Geotechnical Society, Delhi, and its Jodhpur local chapter, Institution of Engineers, India, Jodhpur Local Center, Ultratech Cement Limited, for their technical support for this conference. Now, I would like to extend our sincere thanks to the reviewer board, our Professor Dr. M.F. Kudesi, Dr. G.M. Roy sir, Dr. A.K. Panghal sir, Dr. Rajneesh Sharma, Dr. Nitish Puri, Dr. Archana Bora Gupta, Dr. Piyush Chaudhary sir, Dr. Jitendra Chaudhary sir. Uh, um, They are patiently dealt with all the reviewing work, irrespective of how many deadlines we gave them. We truly appreciate their hard work. A very special thanks to all our lovely participants. It is a pleasure to host all of you. I hope all the participants are going to be very enthusiastic, and I'm sure that they all will be benefited by the end of this conference. Now, I would like to sincerely thank Engineer Navneet Agarwal sir for giving us the opportunity to organize such a big event on the international level, and also for his words of wisdom for this conference. He always motivates us with his wisdom. We thank him for his blessings, and we hope this international conference turns out to be a major success. Jai Hind, Jai. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kiran ma'am, for your words. I'm sure after the months-long lockdowns and curfews, these international East conference will certainly act as a pioneer to resume all the academic activities. I'm sure that this international conference will stimulate the researchers and academicians from various domains to participate, contribute, and explore the technical abilities, and finally to share their views, finding and state-of-art results with eminent resource persons. Thank you so much, Engineer Navneet Agarwal sir. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries, for attending this inaugural ceremony. Thank you so much to all of you. Now we will take a 10 minutes break. And after that, we will resume at 11 o'clock with the first technical session, which will be started with the keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Azman bin Qasim. So thank you so much, all of you, all the participants, all the dignitaries, to be a part of this inaugural ceremony and making it a success. Thank you so much. We will resume at 11 a.m. Thank you.
So, welcome back to all the participants, and I welcome again to
Good morning. The session
one.
is going to start now. Professor Kamlesh Parihar.
Ma'am, am I audible to all? Hello, am I audible? Am I audible to all?
Professor Kamlesh Parihar,
Yes,
sir.
Hello,
Yes, sir.
sir, am I audible? Okay, so let's start the first session with very enthusiasm, and our keynote speaker Azman bin Qasim sir is already there. Sir, the floor is yours. We can start.
Okay, very thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will share the slide.
Sure, sir.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me see.
Kamlesh sir.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you see me now?
Yes, sir. The PPT is visible.
Can you see the slide presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's visible. Visible.
Okay. Right.
We can start, sir.
But I cannot see my slide. Hold on. There's some problem. Hold on.
Slide is visible, sir. The first slide.
Hold on.
Again, the slide is gone, sir.
Okay.
Azman, sir.
Okay.
Now
Okay.
it's presenting. Now
Okay.
it's okay.
Okay. Very good morning. I'm Azman Qasim from Institute of Malaysia. I'm going to present a keynote speech on the topic of the slope monitoring program and installation of real-time evaporation monitoring system at Gunung Pulai water treatment plants. Okay, this is a session in the international conference with the terms on recent advancement on this civil engineering construction technique and material. Okay, actually, this is my findings in one of my consultant research work awarded by the state of government in Johor State of Malaysia under the annual budget. Which this work has been carried out since 11 September 2017 and finished and completed at the 10th of September 2018. It was a 1-year contract research grant awarded by the state of governments. The work is carried out by Geotropics, that's the center I related to, where we are answerable to the subsidiary company of University of Malaysia, so-called the New Technology Malaysia Sdn Bhd. Okay, to give all pictures, where is the mentioned site during the consultant research work? This is Malaysia. This is the map of Malaysia. We are here. This is the southern part of Malaysia. This is the state of Johor, where this is the blow up of this circle that we actually nearby the University of Malaysia, and this is where our site we have conducted a study for the past years. This is what we call a Sultan Ibrahim Reservoir. Actually, it's a reservoir, okay, which the consumer is distributed for the whole Johor Bahru city. Okay, this is the natural reservoir. Okay, Sultan Ibrahim Reservoir is located at the Gunung Pulai. Gunung is the word for mountain in Malaysian language. It's actually the Pulau Mountain at the Gunung Pulai, where the catchment area consists of about 15 kilometers square that was built very long time ago in 1924 to 1929. That's during the British administration in Malaysia. The reservoir has about 130 acres of lakes with the maximum capacity of 1,220 million gallons of water, which this dam, okay, this is the dam, was built, which it has the geometry of 36.6 meter high and 182.3 meter of length. Okay, they has three main catchment. This is the main catchment. Actually, this is the only two of natural reservoir that still exist in Malaysia, one in Perak and one in Johor. So we had the main catchment here, and we had another catchment downstream, and we have another catchment tree on the other side downstream. It actually was built and previously managed by Singapore Public Utility Board. Actually, it was managed by Singapore, and Singapore actually used this water for their own domestic use for more than 15 years. But it has been handed over to Johor State Government. That is the existing administrator, is the Johor State Government, under the new management of Syarikat Air Johor. That is Water Utility of Johor. Okay, where for every reservoir, they must have a treatment plant, okay, to process and treat the raw water before it's distributed to the supply to the consumers. Okay, the Gunung Pulai Water Treatment Plant is situated near the Sultan Ibrahim Reservoir. So this is the area view. You can see this water simulation plant. This is the treatment plant, where in this direction is toward to the Sultan Ibrahim Reservoir. Okay, so all the water from the reservoir will be pumped into the water treatment plant to be treated before being supplied to the consumers. So the treatment plant consists of two main structures. This is the water infiltration plant, where also we can find the office building, okay, and water sanitation plant. And we have this water sanitation plant where the water will be processed, okay, before it being treated again to the water infiltration plant before it being distributed to the consumers. Okay, the issue is we find that there is a crack exists at the water insemination plant, okay, which this is the exact place. Okay, you can see the problems. Okay, so this is quite a problem because if it goes down, the water solution plants will go down together. Okay. Now, the issue is that this is the treatment plant, so it's located in quite a high platform level where this is the slopes. Okay, and this direction. Okay, we have the slopes 1 and slopes 2, and this actually the cutting area. Okay, where they place the sedimentation plant. Okay, so it's suspected some in previous years there is a problem. Okay, on this slope whereby they place a Gabon wall to treat and to remedy these slopes. Okay, so what is believed that the corner of the treatment plant, okay, has shown problems, okay, a long time ago, but the cracks appear quite visible when we start doing the work in 2017. Okay, so the issue of this problem of the slopes, okay, could be due to two main factors. One is the quarry activity, another one is the slope movement. Okay, you'll find that there are 6 nearby active quarry identified in the area, meaning to say the surrounding of this treatment plant, okay, there are at least 6 active quarry, which the 2 nearest is just about 500 meter. Okay, these are on this direction. Okay, this 400 meter, what we call MRT quarry, 400 meters, and the second nearest is about 1,300 meter on the northeast of the water treatment. So another thing is that you find that the slope is quite steep and it's been suspected that there is existing problems. Okay, when a long time ago that make the treatment plants crack, the structure crack when we first come in 2017. So we conducted the slope monitoring program, okay, by using a multiple monitoring system, by installing vibration monitoring. This specifically to monitor the activity of the quarries, okay, which this system include to design, to setting up, to install multiple monitoring system with the aim of identifying the contributing factors. So we are been asked in our TOR to identify the contributing factors to the problem on the crack of the water treatment plant. So 3 objectives have been set up. That is, first is to monitor the settlement and to monitor the crack monitoring by doing the surface settlement monitoring and by measuring the structural crack. Secondly, the slope stability monitoring analysis. Okay, we are, because that is one of the main factor that the issue due to the slopes. So we carry out the slope stability monitoring analysis. Okay, we extracting all the possible soil properties by conducting the subsurface profile investigation. Okay, and we monitor using the inclinometer and the piezometer specifically to find the water movement if there is any. And thirdly, because the second issue, the problem might due to the vibration due to the quarry activities. So we monitor the vibration, okay, by using the automatic sensor. Okay, it's the first monitoring on the surface settlement. Okay, where the settlement monitoring is based on three-dimensional displacement, okay, that utilize a precise authorization. We are using three types of settlement monitoring. One is the type A, B, C, D, E. Okay, actually it's a marker. Okay, because of if we put a big marker, it would damage the structure. So what we do, we just place a bolt and nut, okay, as our marker. This is the first type of our surface settlement monitoring. Then we have a monument. Okay, this monument is placed, okay, not on the structure, but the monument was installed, okay, in the ground, okay, at the surrounding of the slopes. And thirdly, we have the type H, where this is the three-dimensional. We place it on the building. So we monitor the movement of the buildings, okay, using type H, because we need a three-dimensional reading to make our justification is any movement, okay, during our investigation. So that's the result. Okay, we found that we are using a 95% confidence level. Okay, so any difference that is greater than 0.6, we consider a significant movement, and whatever less than 0.6 mn, okay, we just neglect and abandon the data. You will find that the reading for type A, B, C, that the settlement marker installed on the structure of the treatment plant, the E1 give a significant result. Okay, you find that the others reading of the settlement marker show less than 0.6. So this is quite insignificant, but only one E1 marker that gives us what is called the significant movement. There is a movement in E1. And in terms of the type F, the FG, this is the monument being placed in the ground. The G3 gives the significant movement. Okay, let's see where is G3 and where is the E1. Okay, this is the E1. Okay, you find that this is the E1. It's located as where we find a big and visible crack, okay, on the treatment plants. And we have the G3, okay, somewhere here. So you find that in the same direction, there are large movement, okay, significant movement, okay, on the settlement measurement. And for the others, measurement on the settlement does not give a significant value. So it is a problem due to the slope. Okay, this is the slope, okay, where you will find the retained water Gabian just now. Right. To summarize the settlement monitoring, you find that for E1, this located the E1, there is significant settlement, okay, occur during our monitoring, okay, but the rest, okay, shows some fluctuation. The fluctuation could be due to the fluctuation of the water being retained. Sometimes they are going to dry it out, and sometimes they are going to fill it up. Okay, so we can find there is a other fluctuation, but it's not significant because we set the significant result measurement of more than 0.6 mm as a significant data. So you find that the movement of the settlement in this direction. Right. So secondly, the structural crack monitoring. Okay, there's a very large gap, okay, which located at this part. Okay, we find that we have a large crack on that part, and we place the crack gauge, okay, to measure the measurement, and we interested in how the crack propagate, if there is any propagation, okay, during our investigation. So this is the data. Okay, this is where we have the settlement marker E1 and the settlement monument of G3 here. So we place the settlement marker, okay, at this design place where the PA1 and PAB, okay, show this area, this PA12, okay, you'll find that this area show a significant movement, okay, where it's more than 0.05, okay, this 0. About 3.5, 6.0, okay, more 0.5, which is very significant. So it seems like the crack measurement, okay, is very consistent with the measurement of the settlement, okay, meaning to say when there is a settlement movement, okay, there is a crack propagation, okay, during the measurement. Right, this is the critical crack increment. Okay, we find that those PA1, PA2, and PIB. Okay, where we place the PA1, there's PA2 and PAB, and we can see this is there has a rate of propagation. Okay, so this tells that there are still crack would be enlarged, okay, during in the future. Okay, summary of the crack monitoring. Okay, based on the deviation point or the trend line, okay, or 0.5, okay, we find that by assuming this a linear increment, okay, if there is, we find that in the next 5 years, the crack size will be increasing to about 0.5, okay, where the existing measurement is 0.5, so we can estimate that within the 5 years, the crack will become bigger to 1.25 mm. There's no good for the concrete structure. However, you find that the size of crack is still within the allowable limit based on the fact that the concrete crack, okay, okay, are not following the very slow. Okay. Oh, okay. Can you hear me? Everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right. So this is the slope stability monitoring analysis. Okay, I've shown the result of the settlement measurement, the crack measurement. Okay, if we found that the settlement due to surface movement and the propagation of the crack is very consistent. Okay, so come to the slope stability monitoring. Okay, so we carry out the subsurface fault file investigation. Okay, we carry the subsurface investigation, okay, by using the rotary drilling. We have we drill 4. Okay, there's borehole number 1, borehole number 2, okay, borehole number 3, and this is borehole number 4. So because of the problem is on this side, so we plan our borehole, okay, at the point where we expected there would be a lot of problems where the movement can due to the slope instability. Okay, we carry the standard permeability test and we install the 2 numbers of permeability meter and 2 colorimeter. But during the drilling, we find that there's a lot of borders, okay, and it seems like the water that being used to cut through during the drilling, okay, vanish. Okay, there's no water, even though we use the water in the hole during the drilling, but the water does not come up. So we don't have the waste of water. So the water seems to be running away due to the sub drainage in the profile. Okay, so because of there is no water, we cannot install the piezometer, and because of there's a lot of borders, and we have always to cut through the borders, and we find that we cannot install the inclinometer, because if we install the inclinometer, it will give a false reading, because the inclinometer will be placed inside the border. So the site, we are talking about 100 years span. Okay, you can find that the process of geotechnical and the weathering, okay, has changed. Okay, so the problem is that when they build this treatment plant, okay, it's placed on very hard material, but because of the weathering, okay, you find that you find a lot of borders, and you cannot see a sequence of profile, okay, on the side. Okay, so this is the image. Okay, we find that during the drilling, okay, we find that this is the treatment pond. Okay, you can find that there's very weathered material. Okay, what is disturbed is that the ponding of water, we can see in the profile. Okay, at first we expected there is a leakage. It's a direct leakage for the pond. Okay, and this blue color to indicate a very saturated area. Okay, within the pond. Okay, so the question is, why there's a loss of water during the drilling, right? So is it a leakage, or this what we call a capillary effect has been happening during the site? Okay, you can see very complex profile. We have the borders, we have the weather rock, you have the complete weathering all together in one place. Okay, so you will find that the weathering is not a direct vertical weathering that we always obtain in our site investigation. So it's quite a complex profile. Okay, about the loss of the water during the drilling, I show you one picture. This is the videos, right? Okay, you can find that. Okay, this is the videos. Okay. Okay, I repeat. Okay, what happened? It seems like the ponding is being impeded from going down the profile. Okay, when we drill, the water is impeded in the soil profile. That's very rare, but it's not. I'm not saying it's rare, but it's happened. But it's very rare to see this kind of condition, right? So to explain this, we come to the capillary effect. There is one concept, what called the capillary effect. When there's a fine-grained soil and a coarse-grained soil, if we have the coefficient of permeability, okay, this is unsaturated, okay, we have the matrix suction, meaning the matrix suction is when you have the pore water pressure less than zero, meaning to say we have a negative pore water pressure. Okay, you find that, okay, if we have an overlap, the fine grain and the coarse grain, okay, say we have like the fine grain on the top or the layer, and we have the coarse grain in the layer. Okay, you will find that when there's any rainfall or any water infiltrate from the top, you find that you will go through this curve, okay, before he has the same suction capacity of the coarse grain, then he will enter to the coarse grain material. Okay, if you just see this graph, if this is the K larger than the K on the lower part. So meaning the coarse grain, this is the fine grain. You'll find that the water will infiltrate, okay, without any problems, okay, and it will simply infiltrate from the top and going to infiltrate to the bottoms. But what happens if you have the quantity lower than the bottom, and meaning to say this is the fine grain, you'll find that when there's the water infiltrate from the top of the fine grain, okay, it be impended, okay, and you find that the water will sort like outside. So this is called the capillary effect. So this is happening at side.
Azwan sir, sorry to interrupt in between, but I think your PPT is not maximized.
Sorry?
Your PowerPoint presentation. Can you maximize again?
Okay.
The PPT is showing a grid view.
Okay.
Or you can again present the PPT. Like there's a present option.
You want me to present this slide again?
Yes, sir. This is a grid view, so it is not maximized.
Okay,
you want a small question.
You want this maximized?
Yes.
Okay. Now, still cannot see it?
We
can see it?
We can see it, but it's in a very small view. It's not the full screen view. It's not showing the full screen view.
I cannot hear you very well.
Yes, you can hear me.
You want me to present this slide again?
No, sir. Actually, the slide is not maximized.
Yeah, I already maximized this.
But it's still not showing here, sir.
Okay.
You need to maximize so that you can see.
Yes, I already maximized this one. This.
From Google Meet again, if you can try to present now. From Google Meet, you can again try present now.
Okay.
From Google Meet, you can go and again try present now.
Okay. This is the capillary effect, right? So this is to explain why there is the water retained during the investigation, right? Right. And see, the other problem is that we can see the flow of the water, right? So it seems like, hello? Hello, any problems?
It's okay now. It's okay now, sir.
It's still small, right?
Yes, sir.
It's okay now. It's okay now. It's okay now.
You cannot see, eh? Already maximize this.
Okay, it's okay now, sir. It's okay now.
It's okay now, right?
It's okay now, yes, sir.
Okay, it's okay now. Okay, I proceed, right? Okay, now, see, when there's a water loss, one of those things is because water is impacted. Okay, the question now, where's the water goes? Okay, where's the water went to? Okay, so you find that, okay, there's a continuous wet surfaces, okay, about 500 meters from the site. Okay, so we are points with the ideas that the flow of water is flowing the crack within the borders. Okay, you find that it appear about 500 meters from the site. Okay, that is what we expected. Okay. All right. Okay, come to the slope stability analysis. Okay, the slope stability analysis. This is the slope stability analysis, right? So from those site investigation, okay, we come up with the geometry of the soft file, okay, where they're much interested in the C1 and the C2 cross section. Okay, so for the topsoil, okay, you find that it's the firm to stiff city sand, whereas the unit. Okay, this is section 2, C2. You find that the fatal safety resulted less than what we have in C1 is 0.602. Bear in mind, C2 is located, okay, is where the E1 and the G3 located in our settlement measurement. Okay, you find that it's the same result, okay, but you find that the C2 is likely to fail to compare to the C1 because the C1, the fatal safety is 0.864, but for the C2 is only 0.608. By comparing both cross section, we find that the C2, okay, is likely to fail to compare to the C1. Right, let's come to the load deformation. Okay, on the same analysis, we find that the displacement due to the at the position of C2, okay, is larger than the C1, that is 200. You find that the C1 is only 110. Okay, it could be higher because this is the current displacement measured. Okay, the horizontal displacement x is 60 mm. Okay, compared to the previous one is less than 100 mm. Okay, so this result indicate the deformation to the applied load is more critical of the area. Okay, whether there is another big factor that contribute to the damage of the treatment plant. So you find that actually there are 6 active quarry to be identified. Okay, so the nearest is 400 meter and the second nearest is 1,300. So the other 4 active quarry is ignored because the distance is more than 2 kilometers. Okay, based on the Department of Environment DOE specification, the buffer zone, the safe buffer zone from any active quarry area to any activity, other activity zone should be 400 meters. So even though the distance of these 2 active quarries more than 400 meters, okay, it worthwhile to check whether the vibration due to the bustling activity for those 2 quarry will affect the treatment plants. Okay, so this is the MRP and this is CBCO. This is 1,300 and this is 500. So this is where the treatment plant located. Right. So come to the regulatory limits. What we have in Malaysia by the Department of Mineral Geology, DMG, the impact of blasting operation, the induced ground vibration, PPV, could not be more than 5 mm per second. And the noise, okay, executed would not be more than 124 decibel. Okay, for DOE, the safe PVE, the peak pollution velocity, the maximum should be less than 3 mm per second. Okay, this is by the DMG, this is by the DOE. So this is the kind of regulatory limit. So based on this limit, we monitor the vibration occurs during the quarrying activities, okay, for the past few months, okay, for both quarry nearby the treatment plants. Right. For the blasting operation, what we have is the blasting operation will created this vibration, the PPV, the peak particle velocity, and the frequency. Okay, where the PPV will generate by these activities. Okay, by having the production blasting. Okay, during the quarry activities. Okay, we can always calculate the PPV. And this is the recommended safe level using USBM. This is the German standard. Okay. And any frequency and any particle velocity measurement should be fall below this line on the safe zone. And whatever PPV and the frequency exists within this area, that will be the unsafe zone, okay, during the quarry activities. So this is the MRP quarries that is 500 meters from the site. It seems like during the activities, okay, they control their blasting and the PPV Department of Mineral Geoscience. So we have take an initiative to monitor the result on site instead of measuring the vibration at the quarry. So meaning to say, during the blasting in the quarry, okay, we measured the vibration on our site in the treatment plants. Okay, so we installed the sensor, okay, this sensor, okay, this is a wireless sensor where this wireless sensor will capture and all the vibration on the site, okay, and we managed to transmit all the data, okay, wisely using the wireless, and we collect it in our PC. So this is a telemetric system where we don't really have to be in the site, okay. So we install it, okay, and left it on site, and we will monitor the data, okay, at our office alone. Okay, this is where we place it. Okay, we have the number 1, number 2, number 3, and we have 5 places. Okay, so this is number 4, number 5. So any activities, any vibration, okay, created within the vicinity, it will measured by this sensor 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. Okay, so when we collect the data, okay, by the vibration produced by the quarry activity, okay, at the same time, we can measure the natural frequency of the buildings, because that is very crucial to get the natural frequency, because that is the way we can calculate the capacity of the building and the treatment plants. This is the building, this is the treatment plant. Okay, we find that if we go by the regulatory limits, okay, this is the regulatory limit, 3 meter for DOE, and this 5 mm per second for GMG, Department of Mineral Geoscience. We find that the activities during the blasting the quarry hardly go beyond 1 mm per second, meaning to say, if they blast in the quarry by the control blasting of less than 5 mm, okay, because of the distance of 500 meter and 1,300 meter from the source of the blasting, okay, you find that it will be decreasing. Logically, it will be decreasing, and it shows that on site, okay, the measured vibration, the PPV is less than 1, and there are very rare few cases, okay, that exceeded 3 meters, okay, and when we check it, it's more because of the activities during the working at the water treatment plant itself, like they're doing some maintenance work. Okay, when they do the maintenance work, they do some drilling, and we find that the vibration created by the machine, okay, makes the PPV higher than 3. So we can conclude, okay, that actually the quarry is too far to create the vibration that would damage the structure of the treatment plants. Okay, so like I said earlier, the natural frequency can be calculated, where you find that the x direction, the lateral forces, the lateral x direction of the natural frequency of the buildings, office building, is 1.4 and 1.5 one direction, but you find the water salinity is higher than 1.5, higher than the water natural frequency. Okay, meaning to say this is more compact compared to the building. Okay, when we check this, it's true because of the building is more on portal frame. It's quite an open space. Okay, compared to water sedimentation is full with water, you find that the natural frequency is higher. Okay, based on that, we calculate the capacity of the buildings. We found that the capacity of the building at the S direction is 23.8, but for more denser water centers tank, okay, the maximum base shear force is 421 kilonewton. That is almost 10 times of the water filtration tank maximum base shear forces. Okay, so if we compare those values, this indicates that the blast-induced force to the sediment tank is significantly larger than the building office. It's almost 10 times. Okay, but it seems like it won't give any bad effect, adverse effect to the buildings and the sedimentation tank, because the capacity of the building is 496, but during the cited PPV is only come to only 23.8, and for the other direction you find that the capacity is 493, but the in-use is only 41.8. Same goes to the sedimentation tank. So what we can conclude here is that the buildings and the sedimentation tanks have more capacity that can cause any problems during the quarry activities. Okay, this is what we conclude. Okay, so we conclude that if we go to the vibration, it won't seem to find any problem. So it seems like during our finite element analysis, okay, when we go by the acceleration, the PPE, okay, we find that the expected damage would be at this end. Okay, so what we do is that we sort like allow the settlement on this side, because this side is the problem. You can see the concentration of the movement, the damage is this zone. So what we do, during the analysis, we do some technique that we let this end to settle. That is based on our settlement surface monitoring and based from our slope salinity analysis. So what we do, because of the movement on this side, so we let some movement at the edge of the treatment plant. So what we find that if it settled 30 mm, okay, the concentration is still on the edge. And when it comes to 100 mm settlement, the concentration getting higher. And when we have 150 mm settlement, okay, we will find that the concentration is becoming higher, and that is show what we have on site. So we can expect that the cracks that appear is more due to the movement vertical. Okay, so that's it caused by the slope movement. Okay, so now the vibration due to the quarry activity seems is not the problems. Right. So to conclude, the crack mortar result indicate that the size of the crack are still in the allowable limit. Okay, but bear in mind that this is the monitoring for just for 6 months. Okay, so this crack could be there for the past years. Okay, so it could be more than what we have measured during the 6-month period. Okay, so but what we find very importantly is the area of movement is actually as the near slope end. Okay, that is shown by the crack meter of PA1, PIA2, and P1B. And during the settlement measurement, the settlement marker E1 and the monument marker G3, okay, also at the near slope area is moving significantly. For the load deformation analysis, during the slope stability analysis, it shows that there's a movement vertically and horizontally. So, and both of the direction is the same, very consistent at the near slope area. But when we come to the PPV, the calculated value due to the activity of the quarry, okay, we found that it's consistently lower than the limit set by authorities, that 5 mm. But we conclude that we can omit the reason of one of the factors, the problem of the crack appears on the water treatment plant is due to the quarry activities. Okay, now this is the problems. The problems is that the people who are working inside the buildings feel like an earthquake, meaning to say they can feel it vibrate, and they are very scared that the building will fall. Okay, so we change the PPV to the peak acceleration, and we find that it's true that the blast activity can make human feel, okay, the vibration, okay, but it's not enough to give the problem with the structures, because from what we have, this vibration result in the structure response are smaller than the actual structure's capacity. So we assure the people working in the buildings that it's okay. Okay, but you will feel the vibration because of the acceleration. Okay, is more than 1. Okay, acceleration. Okay, you find that you can feel the vibration. Okay, so we obtain the maximum shear force on the structures, and we find that is consistent because of the office building is less denser than the simulation tank. So you find that the simulation tank has a natural frequency of 10 times capacity of the office building. That's quite open. Okay, so to conclude, a small amount of settlement at the corner or the surrounding of the surrounding wall of the sediment tank cause the principal stress to exceed the constitutional ultimate capacity of the concrete. The concrete is 20 MPa, and find that is more than 20 MPa. You find that is cracked due to the settlement at the edge of the sedimentation tanks. This implies settlement can result in significant damage to the surrounding concrete wall as the settlement reach 150 mm. Okay, but bear in mind this is the measurement, okay, for current values. Okay, it could be higher, okay, due to the structures have been there for the past more than 19 years. Okay, it can conclude that it's likely the observed damage to the sedimentation tank is due to the excessive settlement of the structures rather than the blast-induced forces. Okay, that is my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ajman sir, for this wonderful presentation. The case study that you presented to our audience, and I'm sure they would be delighted to listen to this case study. And any questions I would like to have from the audience? Would anyone like to have some questions? Anyone from the audience? Okay. One question I would like to have from you as well, sir. So, what are the practical problems that you faced during the installation of sensors so that the study could be carried out? The field problems that you faced during this study?
Any problems of what?
The field problems that you faced during the study.
Okay. Okay. The problems is that we have a big area to cover. Okay. We are talking about more than 15 to 20 kilometers square area. Okay. Because we have the activities of the quarry, okay, within say 2 kilometers, okay, within the quarries. Okay. That's one thing. Okay. Secondly is to interpret the soil profile. Okay, because the problem, the profile is not in vertical, constant, normal profiling. You can find during the site investigation. Okay, because of you can find a weathered material at the same time. Next to it, you will find hard material. Okay, so it's very difficult during the site investigation, and we find a lot of problems to interpret. Okay, it's really shown during the investigation. We conducted 3 types of investigation. Firstly, is the borehole by the rotary drillings. Okay, when we have the rotary drilling, we find the problem with the water loss. So we try to find why the water is lost during the drilling. Okay, so we come to geophysical survey. We conduct the resistivity survey, but we found that the result of the resistivity survey is not consistent with the boreholes. So we have to do one other methods, that is seismic. So by using the seismic, okay, we can get a clear profile. Okay, so when you do the resistivity, okay, you can get the nature of the soil material. But when you do the seismic, you get the profiling. So together with these 3 methods, okay, then we can interpret the soil profile. And lastly, the problem we face is that the vibration sensor always been disturbed. Okay, see, this is the open area, and the surrounding is full with animals. Okay, wild animals, and okay, to say very specific is there are lots of monkeys. Okay, within the area. So this wild animal will disturb the vibration sensor. So we really have to make some adjustment, and we have really to pick up and select what is the proper measurement should be taken up. So that is the 3 main problems during our investigation.
Okay. Can we have any more questions?
Good afternoon, sir. Ajman, sir.
Yes, Ajay sir, you are audible. Please ask your question.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
There is some noise issue. Can you repeat the question, Professor Arya?
So I want to ask you one thing. With the advancement in geotechnical engineering, there's a lot of improvements going on, there's a lot of research going on. Do you think that we are going in the right direction in the field of geotechnical engineering?
Can you please write the question? Okay, I can really
there are some, yes, sir. There's a lot of noise in the.
I'm opening. I already opened the chat. Can you please write down the question, because I really can't hear you.
Yes, yes, true. We are facing the audio issues.
Okay, can you write it?
With the advancement in the technology in the field of geotechnical engineering, do you think that we are going in the right direction of the research in geotechnical engineering?
Okay, my apology. Can you repeat the question, please?
Sir, I am asking that with the advancement in the technology in the field of geotechnical engineering, do you think that we are going in the right direction, or according to you, how much more work and in what fields the work need to be done now?
Okay, I understand the question. Thank you for the question. Okay, see, when we talk about the advancement, right, in civil engineering, right, okay, it's a matter of the usage. Okay, is if you have an advanced construction technique and materials, okay, but if the usage is not economical, okay, that's one of the factor that been considered in the industry, right? So that's the problem, because for very big project, okay, if we can use more advanced technique and more advanced material, okay, the saving, okay, you will get during the construction is very significant, right? But if you are using for very small project, okay, the saving is not significant. So it depends on the size of your projects, okay? So I would say, okay, we are in the right direction, okay? If this technique and material is being used widely, okay, meaning to say, once we have the new technique, we have a new material, okay, people will accept this. I mean, people outside will accept this, and it make the production more economical. Okay, when you make it more economical, okay, you will make a lot of profit there, because you sell more in volumes, okay, because many people are using that. Okay, so if you ask me whether you same direction, okay, if we can produce that kind of production, yes, okay, any technique, new technique, any new materials is good for our civil engineering industry.
Thank you, sir, for your answer, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I think Professor Ajman was saying that we should need to move towards the sustainable practices and our technologies, because that
Yeah, exactly.
sustainability.
Yeah, exactly. See, nowadays the word sustainability is a big word. Okay, people always want to go for sustainability, but let's not forget, okay, in the industry, in the economics, okay, you need to produce something that is economical, widely used, and less in terms of production cost. Okay, it's even you can have a sustainability building, you have sustainability roadways, but if the cost is higher, people won't adopt the new methods. So you can't have the sustainability, okay, if you cannot pull down the cost, okay, because that is how business been carried out. Okay, you must produce something, sustainability, a new technique, a new material, but you must keep the cost low. Okay, for the big project, yes, it will be significant profit, your significant saving, but for normal size of construction, okay, it won't give you a significant effect in terms of the cost, because you can build a very aesthetic building, all that, but at the end of the day, the cost is still what people will ask. Okay, so that's the way my approach is that if you can produce something sustainable, you can produce a new technique, you can produce a new material, okay, but you must always guide yourself is the cost of the material, your approach and your techniques.
Very, very true, sir. Very true, sir. Definitely, the cost is the ultimate deciding factor in any project or construction work, because the end user is always worried about the cost and not about the sustainability.
Yes,
So
exactly.
your words of wisdom are very great, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for
Okay.
enlightening us with your case study. I believe that the audience must get some new vision towards the research work from your case studies that you have presented here. And with this now, we conclude the keynote speak, and we will start with the papers of our audience. So I think we can take a 2 minute break and then we can start again. So it's 12:13 here, and by 12:15 we will resume with the first paper from Priyanka Yadav, application of geographical information system in transportation planning, a case study of Nagda, Madhya Pradesh. Priyanka, I believe you are here. So after 2 minutes we'll join again. Thank you everyone, and thank you Ajman sir for enlightening us. Sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Uh, Priyanka, are you able to hear me?
Hello.
Priyanka, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you're audible. Am I audible to you?
Yes, yes, you are equally audible.
Hello.
Yes, Priyanka, you are equally
Hello.
audible.
Okay.
You are equally audible.
So, hello everyone. This is Priyanka Yadav.
Priyanka, just wait for a moment. Hold for a moment. Uh, First, we have a 2 minute break, so you can present your screen and we can finalize the things. You can present your PPT, so that by the moment the audience return back, we are ready for
Hello.
that. Yes, yes. You can present your presentation.
Okay, so directly I have to share my screen.
Yes, yes. You have to click on the present now.
Okay, yeah. Please wait for a while. There is some technical issue. I'm just sorry. Hmm?
Hello, Priyanka, am I audible to you? Hello, Priyanka, am I audible to you? Priyanka is not able to listen me. Hello, Priyanka. Priyanka, am I audible to you? Priyanka, are you getting my voice? Hello.
Hello, Kamlesh sir, he is trying. She is trying, sir.
I think I do it. But can I talk? Okay.
Ashish sir, Professor Ashish.
Priyanka Yadav, am I audible to you?
Then
Priyanka?
continue.
Okay,
Hello.
Priyanka, have you got the present now option?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm
Okay.
so sorry for the inconvenience.
No issue, no issue.
Okay.
So click on the present now.
So,
Okay.
so is my screen available? Visible?
Yes. Your screen is visible.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, Neha, it's okay.
Hello, everyone. This is Priyanka, and my research topic is application of GIS in transportation planning, a case study of NASA. First of all, there is a
Priyanka, just a minute. I would request all others to please mute their mic so that the voice quality will be better. I request all to please mute their mic so that the voice quality will be better. Okay, Priyanka,
Should I
you can.
start?
There is a lot of noise from the
Hello.
background. Okay, yes, you can continue. Yeah, Priyanka.
Yeah. Okay. So, my aim is to understand the application of geography planning, and my objectives were to study about GIS and its application, to study about transportation planning, to understand how GIS application can be used in transportation planning, and to establish the significance of GIS in transportation planning. transportation planning through various analysis. And the methodology which I have used for my main objective for my research. Then secondly, I have collected the data from different studies and about the case studies and also for the whatever will the literature studies. Then after that I have analyzed the application of GIS, how it can be used in transportation planning. Then after that, the analysis of application of GIS is effective through the case study. That what case study I have used here. That how it is. After that, I have concluded my research. So, what is GIS? It is actually this is very broad application in transportation. And also there is a lot of value of GIS for exploring transportation and planning. It is very difficult to define, but the National Center of Geographic Information Analysis has given one definition that computer hardware and software designed to allow users to collect, manage and analyze and retrieve large volumes, especially reference data and associated attributes collected from the variety of sources. This definition is given by NCGIA, and the GIS database system for manipulating whatever the data we collect, we create maps using the spatial data and thematic data. After combining it, we get the exact data which can be used. Then secondly, okay, to work on GIS, there are 5 basic components which is necessary for first is these basic components for the GIS. Then what are the functions of GIS? Here you can see you can capture, store, query, analysis, display output. In this GIS gives you very बहुत आसानी से आप इस पर काम कर सकते हैं. जैसे कि अगर आपको कोई analysis करना हो तो you can easily put query in it and it will just define whatever you want to give. So here you can see data acquisition and preprocessing. Then database management and retrieval. There is different layers for each and every. As you can see in this GIS data layers, there is different layers for each and every component. Like here you can see imagery, site data ownership. So for each and every this you have to create a different database. Then by combining it through attribute table, you can specially measurement and analysis you can done here, and then finally you get the output. Then third, what are the types of data sets and concepts of layer? Basically, we need GIS works on 2 type of data, that is vector data and raster data. Vector data is of point, line and polygon, and the raster data snacking and transportation planning. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. So so nextly, what is GIS in transportation? GIS platform gives you to maintain the network, and you can give that transport network database is generally prolonged via integrating many sets of its characteristics and spatial statistics. You can work. Sorry, GIS will facilitate integration of all other socioeconomic statistics. Here in this images, you can see how it works and how everything can be linked. Then these are how GIS and transportation is related to each other. These are some examples that how in real world how this transportation looks like, and how when we work on GIS, this vector and raster data, then after combining this, we create such maps. Then applications of GIS in transportation. You can use these applications for route planning, highway maintenance, accident analysis, transport management, and traffic modeling. Then I have done the case study of Nagda, Madhya Pradesh. This is a small town in Madhya Pradesh, which is close to Ujjain, Indore, and Ratlam. And the major source of transportation here is basically BRTS and AICTSL. So the travel demand planning is in this city is what we have come through is trip distribution models are used to examine the regional travel trades. Then GIS used to illustrating and manipulating the evolution of outcomes. GIS used in modeling activities for long and brief range planning, network preservations, and updating. Now, how this network maintenance and updating are done. As I have told you, the GIS is totally depending on the shape files, raster, and vector data. So we first create this lines and polygons, and then we put on manually we put entries in it about for each and every line, and then we create attribute data, and then we combining them, we just create a data. Which here you can see the how this attribute data attribute table looks like, and after creating this, what is the outcome in your map. Then this is buffer analysis. uh, GIS help in generating buffer required and identify the extraordinary roads located within the vicinity. This is about the buffer analysis and efficiency analysis. In this method is used to focus on streets where call for exceeds ability. Now, using GIS statics functionality, the connection between the links potential and the forecasted volume can be calculated. Uh, as you can see in these maps, the maps can be premised for identifying roads and required. Then these maps we have created on GIS. Now, if you can see this observation of traffic flow of Nagda, the red lines are showing the major traffic and the major roads, which is this one is Unhel Road and this one is Ujjain Bypass Road, which have the heavy traffic flow. And this you can see the railway line, and the this yellow lines depicts the moderate flow, which is along the Grasim Road, which is the industrial area. These were the observations in this case study. Now, through this case study and this total whole research, I have concluded that the observation of traffic flow of town as per the observed data, which region should be focused for traffic modeling, route planning, maintenance, and safety measures. Then in this Nagda employs travel core for modeling method primarily based on production and enhancement of journey between active areas. Then trip distribution models are used to examine regional travel trades. Using GIS, buffers are created around each major region about Amrit mission also. So Amrit mission is a great platform for development of infrastructure of the city on transportation planning throughout creation. However, also gives surveillance and visualization of site visitors after they may be constructed. These abilities of GIS permits transit routes to georeference their transportation routes, stops, time factors, and other features to digital avenue, centerline report, and all these records in sync. So here I conclude my case study, that what are the outcomes with my case study and research. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Okay, thank you, Neha, for this nice presentation. It was very informative, and yes, you are audible. You are audible, Neha. Sorry, Priyanka. Uh, can we have any questions from audience? Would audience like to ask any question?
Any questions?
Okay, then I have a question, Priyanka.
Yes, sir.
Uh, can these GIS system they can replace the traffic studies in future?
Sorry, sir. Can you please pardon?
Like as we know that the traffic studies are carried out on highways.
Yes, sir.
So GIS system replace these traffic studies.
Sorry, sir. I can't hear you clearly.
My question is that in future, can these GIS systems or the systems based on geographic information system can replace the traffic studies?
Yes, sir. It definitely you can in this GIS is you can आप बहुत easily हर चीज को इसमें identify कर सकते हैं. It give you solution for each and every problem, not only in transportation but other infrastructures also. It gives you each and every data.
Okay. Thank you, Neha. Thank you very much.
No, it's Priyanka.
Okay, sorry, Priyanka. Actually, I have my name Neha, and that's why.
Yeah.
Okay, Priyanka. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
You can mute your mic.
Yeah.
You can mute your mic. Okay. Next in the presentation, we have presentation from Professor Abhishek Arya and Professor N.K. Amita. And the title of the paper is Stabilization of Soil using Rice Husk S. So, Professor Arya, you can start presenting your paper.
Thank you so much, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
And okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to present a paper on stabilization of soil using rice husk ash. I am Abhishek Aryal from Civil Engineering Department, JIT, with my co-author, Professor Dr. N.K. Amita, sir, from Civil Engineering Department of Janan Vyas University. Let's talk about soil first, before understanding why there is a need of reinforcement. Soil in the engineering sense comprises all materials found in the surface layer of the Earth's crust that are loose enough to be moved by a spade or shovel. Soil is made by the disruption of rocks and through the succeeding divergence, transportation, and weathering of the products of decomposition. So we can say that whatever the loose material which we can see on the layer of the surface of the earth, it can be considered as soil with different particle sizes. Now, what is the need of the reinforcement? The soil always have a low tensile and shear strength in its characteristics, although it depends on the environmental condition on which the soil is. So there is always a need of reinforcement because reinforcement consists of certain materials with some desired properties, which when mixed with soil, improves the desirable properties of soil. Therefore, we can say, or we can define soil reinforcement as a technique which can improve the engineering characteristics of soil to develop parameters such as productivity, Is there any problem in audio? Network problem? Okay. Am I audible, Kamlesh sir?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Thank you. Now let's talk about the material for study. There are two materials. One is soil sample, which was collected from the industrial area of Bikaner city, and the rice husk ash, RWA, which was collected from a rice meal waste from Bikaner area. Now let's talk about this rice husk ash. Husk is known as a byproduct produced by rice meal. About 78% of paddy, paddy which means the crop of rice, is received as broken rice as bran, and bran is actually a cereal during milling process. The rest of 20% is generated as husk. This husk comprises around 75% of the organic unstable substance. Nearly 25% of the husk waste weight is converted into ash through the firing process, and this is exactly we know as RH, which is rice husk ash. When we talk about this, about 220 kilograms of husk is produced from every 1,000 kilograms of paddy by milling process. So you can understand the quantity of the waste which is generated. When this rice husk is burned in the boilers, about 55 kgs, which is about 25% of the total weight of husk, is actually RHA generated. It is considered as a valueless or waste material, and because of this, there's a problem of disposing of it as well as its uses if we can. The properties of a study material, these are the physical properties of rice husk ash which was used. These are the chemical properties which you can see on your screen. And these are the properties of soil sample, the liquid limit, plasticity index, which is basically the difference between liquid limit and plastic limit, specific gravity and water absorption. In the study, rice husk ash was actually mixed with soil sample in various proportions, which were 3%, 6%, 9%, and 12%, and various tests were conducted with or without reinforcement. The list of tests were as follows. The first one was particle size distribution for the soil sample. It was in accordance with Indian Standard 2720 Part 4, 1985. The second was for soil specific gravity of soil, which was in accordance with IS 2720 Part 3, Section 2. Then the soil was tested with and without reinforcement for liquid limit as well as plastic limit in accordance with IS 2720 Part 5, 1985. And then one more test which conducted, which was compaction test of soil, that was also in accordance with IS 2720 Part 7, 1980. The testing program was, these were the 4 tests which we did. The particle size distribution test. This test is actually conducted to determine the various percentage of soil particles, for which we always have the set of sieves. They were actually placed in the descending order of their aperture size, and with that we put the soil sample on the first sieve, and then it has been shaken so that all the sieves get soil sample. Then we weigh all the soils retained on the various sieves, and a semi-log graph is plotted so that we can determine the particle size distribution of the sample taken. One more test is known as a specific gravity test, in which we use pycnometer, and a simple process is followed to determine the specific gravity of a sample. And then there is one more test, which was liquid limit test, in which the liquid limit apparatus, which was designed by the A. Casigurende, was used, in which the soil sample, which is passing through 425 micron, is used. One more test is plastic limit test, in which we try to make a thread of 3 mm, and when the soil sample is made a 3 mm thread, and when it crumbles, the water contained at that particular stage is known as the plastic limit. And one more test is there, which is the standard Proctor test for the compaction test of soil, in which we use a Proctor mold and the soil sample is filled into it with different blows. And then the test is repeated with varying water content. A graph is plotted to determine the maximum dry density as well as optimum moisture content. Let's talk about the results which we had. This was the particle size distribution curve of the soil sample, which we used in our study. This is a graph which is showing the effect of rice husk ash on the soil behavior, in which you can see the variation of liquid limit, plastic limit, and eventually the plasticity index due to the various percentage of rice husk ash. And there is one more graph is there, which is showing the variation of maximum dry density and optimum moisture contained due to various percentages of rice ash. Now let's talk about the discussion and conclusion which we had, which is the most important one. The experiment shows that the effect of liquid limit behavior due to different percentages of RHA, in which we can see there is a continuous increase or decrease in water content when we add RHA. Increase or decrease in liquid limit highly affects the compressibility and swelling characteristics of soil. General reduction in the liquid limit means reduction in the compressibility and swelling characteristics, which is beneficial for subgrade soil. So we can say, and as a conclusion, that that there is a good decrease in liquid limit because of the introduction of RHA. So increase and decrease in any liquid limit case is mainly depends on the clay mineral present in the soil. One more conclusion which we can draw from is that the MDD, which is the maximum dry density, it is decreased when the RHA content is increased. The decrease in the MDD can be attributed to the replacement of soil by the RHA in the mixture, because what happens is that when the RHA mixture is added into the soil, it actually replaces the particle of soil, and when there is a mixture occurs, then the density tends to decrease. The decrease in the MDD may also be explained by considering the RHA as a filler in the soil voids. And because the RHA is having a low specific gravity than the soil sample, so in totality, you find that decrease in the dry density, but it will increase the optimum moisture content. The increase is due to the addition of RHA, which decreases the quantity of free silt and clay fraction in coarse material with larger surface areas are formed. This process needs water to take place. This implies also that more water is needed in order to compact the soil RHA mixture. So in one sentence, I can say that when we use rice husk ash, you will always find the decrease in the liquid limit, whereas there is a decrease in maximum density, but increase in the optimum moisture content. That's with my study. Thank you so much to all of you.
Thank you very much, Professor Arya, for this nice presentation and a very informative research paper on stabilization of soil using rice husk ash. Can we have some questions from the audience? Any questions from the audience? Okay, so now we can
Sir,
move
how
forward. Okay, yes. Who's asking
so
the
how
question?
rice husk ash is obtained?
Okay, it's Lakshya Singh Solanki. Lakshya Singh Solanki is asking that how does rice husk ash increases the strength or the stabilization?
No, I think he's asking how it is obtained. As I have heard.
Okay, okay.
Rice husk ash actually is a byproduct of rice meal. When there is a processing of rice crop, you see that there is a lot of waste product which is burned. And when we burn the husk, we generate rice husk ash. So it is basically a byproduct of crop processing of rice. And when we burn it, we find it.
Okay, Lakshya, so your question is answered, I suppose. Okay, so let's move towards the next research paper from Rajat Mangal, Shubhit Galur, and Saraswati Chand Dhariwal. The title of the paper is Effect of uh, Polypropylene Fiber on Shear Parameter of Expansion Soil. And Professor Rajat Mangal is going to present this paper. So, Professor Rajat Mangal, are you there? Okay.
Yes, sir,
Siddharth
I am
Pandey,
there.
Siddharth, can you please turn off your camera? Siddharth Pandey, can you please turn off your camera? Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir, I
you.
am there.
Okay, Rajat sir, you can start your paper.
Okay, sir, I polypropylene fiber. Yes, sir, I am there. Sir, I am audible.
Yes, Rajat sir, you are audible. You are audible. But your screen is white.
Yes, sir, I am presenting my paper.
Okay, okay.
Myself, Rajat Mangal. I am an assistant professor in Jeet Jodhpur. Today, I am presenting a paper on effect of polypropylene fiber on shear parameters on of expensive soil. First of all, I will acknowledge you about what I am doing. I am presenting today on my thesis. The shear strength of a soil is essential for any kind of stability. The shear strength of a soil is essential for any kind of stability analysis. Therefore, it is important to determine reliable values. For this purpose, triaxial tests are most appropriate. Nevertheless, direct shear tests are mostly performed to determine shear strength of the soil. This paper deals with the use of the waste fiber material in geotechnical application and to evaluate the effect of waste polypropylene fiber on shear strength of unsaturated soil by carrying out direct shear test. The direct shear tests were concluded at different mix compositions of polypropylene fiber with two different soils. I will take silty clay and clay. Based on direct shear test of soil sample first and soil sample 2 with the fiber reinforcement, I have taken the fiber reinforcement as 0.05%, 0.15% and 0.25%. Moving to the introduction, the shear the shear strength of a soil is of special relevance among geotechnical soil properties because it is one of the essential parameters for analyzing and solving stability problem. Triaxial test, direct shear test, and torsion direct shear test are usually used to determine the shear strength of the soil. Use laboratory tests. In general, highly clay content in a soil causes high plasticity, great sinkage and swelling potential. Higher compressibility and lower shear strength. Most mechanical properties of clay depends on the type and content of the clay minerals. The interaction between the clay minerals particle and pore water as well as on the sedimentary consolidation history. The amount of waste was increased year by year in the form of polypropylene, and the disposal became a serious problem. India produced a waste of plastic in order of 39 million ton per year up to the year 2000. Preparation of randomly distributed fiber reinforcement soils mimics soil stabilization by admixture. Discrete fibers are simply added and mixed with the soil, much like cement, lime, or other additives. Randomly distributed fiber offers strength isotropically and limit potential plans of weakness that can develop parallel orientated reinforcement. The attempt has been made to demonstrate the potential of reclaimed plastic waste as a soil reinforcement for improving the subgrade soil. Purpose of the study. What is my purpose of the study? I will tell you about that one. First, to use polypropylene fiber strips of size 5 mm into 5 mm at a different percentage of 0.05%, 0.075%, 0.25%, and 0.50%, 0.75% and 1% by weight of the clay, assessing the geotechnical property necessary for recommending use of the clay plastic waste mix. To increase the shear parameter, cohesion, and angle of internal friction phi. To see effect of polypropylene waste fiber on silt and clay. Material used. Soil sample first, silty clay location, Sakwas Road, HI area, phase second, Basni, Jodhpur. Second one is clay location, Deepawas, Raipur, Pali. Reinforcement of which I used is short polypropylene fiber. This is the material I have used in that one. The parameters of the waste fiber materials are fiber type single fiber, unit weight is 0.091 gram per centimeter cube, average diameter is 0.034 mm, average length is 12 mm, breaking tensile strength is 350 megapascal, modulus of elasticity is 3500 megapascal, fusion point is 165 degrees Celsius, burning point is 590 degrees Celsius. Acid and alkaline resistance is very good, repressibility is excellent. Preparation of the sample. In the preparation of sample, if fiber is not used, then the air-dried soil was mixed with an amount of water that depends on the optimum moisture content of the soil. If fiber reinforcement was used, the adsorption content of the fiber was first mixed into the air-dried soil in a small increment by hand, making sure that all the fibers were mixed thoroughly so that a fairly homogeneous mixture is obtained, and then the required water was added. This is how I mix the soil sample and the fiber and the polypropylene fiber in that one. Results and discussions. Different types of engineering properties of soil sample first and soil samples second were found out as shown in table 2. This is the table 2. I have tested and find out the properties of the soil: uniform coefficient, specific gravity, liquid limit, plasticity index, optimum moisture content, and maximum dry density. Direct shear test. I have taking a part of my master's thesis, direct shear test, that I have shown in that one. Unreinforced soil, symbol is DS1, cohesion is 0.325 and angle of internal friction is 47.72 degree. Reinforcement with 0.05% plus soil first is DS2 and cohesion is 0.3575 and internal friction is 48.101 degree. Reinforcement 0.15% plus soil first DS3 and cohesion is 0.3747 and angle of internal friction is 48.254%. And finally I have reinforcement taken 0.25% plus soil sample first, that is symbol DS4, that is 0.3887 and internal angle of friction is 48.483 degree. That is the cohesion and internal angle of friction attain various reinforcement, that is shown in that one. Relation between cohesion and fiber content for soil sample first. Relation between angle of internal friction and fiber content of soil sample first. Clear parameters of soil sample. 2, that is unreinforced DS1, the cohesion is 0.3513 and angle of internal friction is 27.82 degree. Second reinforcement 0.05% plus soil sample 2, that is DS2, that is cohesion is 0.4732 and angle of internal friction is 29.02 degree. Third is reinforcement 0.15% plus soil sample 2, DS3, symbol is DS3 and cohesion is 0.504 and angle of internal friction is 29.95 degree. Fourth is reinforcement 0.25% plus soil sample 2, DS4 and cohesion is 0.54 kilogram per centimeter square and angle of internal friction is 32 degree. That is the relation between angle of internal friction and fiber content. That is the relationship between the cohesion and fiber content for soil sample 2. And now I am moving to the conclusion. First of all, based on the direct shear test on soil sample first with fiber reinforcement of 0.05%, 0.15% and 0.25%, the increase in the cohesion was found to be 10%, 4.8% and 3.73% respectively, which is illustrative in figure 5. The increase in the internal friction 5 was found to be 0.8%, 0.31% and 0.47% respectively, which I have illustrated in figure 6. Since the net increase in the value of C and 5 were observed to be 19.6% from 0.325 kilogram per centimeter square to 0.3887 kilogram per centimeter square and 1.59% from 47.72 to 48.483 degree respectively for such a soil. Randomly distributed polypropylene fiber reinforcement is not recommended. The shear parameters of soil were determined by the direct shear test. Figure 7 illustrates that the increase in the value of cohesion for fiber reinforcement of 0.05%, 0.15% and 0.25% are 34.7%, 6.09% and 7.07% respectively. Figure 8 illustrates that the increase in the internal angle friction was found to be 0.8%, 0.31% and 0.47% respectively. Thus, the net increase in the value of C and fiber observed to be for 53% from 0.3513 kilogram per centimeter square to 0.5375 kilogram per centimeter square and 15.02% from 27.82 to 32 degree. Therefore, the use of polypropylene fiber as reinforcement for soil like soil sample 2 is recommended. Third, overall, it can be concluded that the fiber reinforcement can be considered to be good ground improvement technique, especially in engineering project on weak soil where it can act as a substitute to deep draft foundation, reducing the cost as well as energy. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Concluded with them.
Thank you very much, Rajat sir, for this wonderful presentation. Any questions that we may have from the audience?
Okay, sir, this is Ashish Jha. Sir, Professor Rajat Mangal sir, I would like to one question. You have showed the table number 1, which include index and strength parameters PP fibers, okay,
sir.
And the table number 3, shear parameters of the soil sample, okay. Is this your work, sir?
Sir, I am not audible, sir. There is an echo problem. My PPT is still presenting in my mic.
Rajesh sir, are you hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, I would like to ask one question. You have showed table number 1, which include index and strength parameter of the PP fiber, and the table number 3 is shear parameter of the soil sample, right? Sir, I would like to ask, is this your work or you have taken this data from another paper? Yes, sir. You have just written some values like unit weight, average diameter. Sir, in this data is your work or you have taken this data from any papers?
Sir, I am not taking that data from anything. This was I have ordered a polypropylene fiber from net, and I have taken the data from that one.
Okay,
Sir, you get that?
This answers your question, Professor.
I have
Yes.
taken the data
Yes, sir.
from where I have ordered the polypropylene fiber.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Jha, for this question. I hope that audience must have been more enlightened with this question. Any more questions from the audience? Okay. Before we start the next paper, there is a request from Professor Arya, and he is asking Professor Ajman sir that can your presentation be shared? Will the presentation of Professor Ajman sir be shared to us? So I think Ajman sir can better answer this. Ajman sir, I think, are you there or not?
Sir, Azman sir has left the meeting. Okay, and we will we will contact them and we will ask them for the sharing the presentation.
Okay. So the next paper in the queue is of Professor Kiran Booth and Divya Prakash. The title of the paper is Recent Trends in Stabilization of Black Cotton Soil, a Comprehensive Review. So Professor Kiran Booth, you can please start with the paper. The floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. My screen is visible or not? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
It's visible, ma'am.
Yes. Should I start?
All other audience may mute their mic.
Should I start?
Okay, you may start.
Yes. Thank you, sir. I'm Professor Kiran Booth from Jodhpur Institute of Engineering and Technology, Department of Civil Engineering. The paper ID is 20. The title of the paper is Recent Trends in Stabilization of Black Cotton Soil, a Comprehensive Review. The presentation contains number 1, introduction, then detrimental effects of black cotton soil, experimental setup and methodology used, details of additive used and improvements shown, conclusion, preferences. I'm starting this presentation with introduction. Black cotton soil, laterite soils, compressible soils are problematic soils on which construction work should be avoided. Nowadays, due to growth in population, land useful for construction is not available. And the black cotton soil covers around 5,20,000 square kilometers in India. Therefore, it becomes necessary to improve the ground by using stabilizers or additives or by giving some chemical treatment. Here, total 16 papers I had reviewed that consist experimental study on black cotton soils of India and in some cases abroad to improve its index as well as engineering properties. This work will help to have idea about the varieties of additives to be used and its proportion and percentage improvements of its property. Detrimental effects of black cotton soils. Black cotton soil exerts swelling pressure through the structure and may cause uplifting of tiles due to heaving of floor slabs, heavy cracks in basement walls, diagonal cracks on walls, diagonal cracks above windows or doors may be observed. Foundation heave cannot be ignored due to swelling of the soil. Non-uniform heaving of roads, cracks on road surface. Experimental setup and methodology adopted in the reviewed research papers are number one, the Atterbuck's limits means consistency limits test means liquid limit, plastic limit, and shrinkage limit test. Next, to determine compaction parameters of the soil, the tests are performed are the maximum dry density and optimum moisture content test. Next, California bearing ratio test, unconfined compressive strength test, swelling parameters such like swelling pressure and free swell index test. Next is details of additives used and improvements shown. Here I am sharing a table that shows the review of the research paper that I had done in Hyderabad city. A research on black cotton soil is done, and here granite dust used for the purpose 5%, 10%, 15% percentage of granite dust are used, and improvement in the liquid limit shown are 42% plastic limit in 7%, OMC 12% increment. Okay, so just like that in Iraq, in Godavari district, India, in Indore, Australia, in Himachal Pradesh, Jukala, in Tamil Nadu, Syria, Nagpur, Turkey. Again, one paper is from Syria that I had reviewed, Karnataka. Okay, so these all the different soil samples are different soil samples of black cotton soil are used with different additives, just like calcine clay with hydrated lime, waste synthetic bags, polypropylene fibers, crushed glass, bagasse air with cement, bagasse ash with lime, fly ash, coconut coir fiber, and crushed glass, hydrated lime only, petrified polish waste. These types of additives are used in different research papers to improve the shear strength or the to decrease the shrinkage or swelling properties of black cotton soil. Details of additive used and the improvement shown are CBR means California bearing ratio of black cotton soil was increased 62.5% by using granite dust and 112 improvement in CBR value and reduction in differential swell achieved by using vitrified polish waste with hydrated lime. In paper number 8, coconut coir and crushed glass was used with fly ash to stabilize black cotton soil and 3.5 times improvement in CBR value and 10 times reduction in swelling pressure achieved. According to the research paper number 9, CBR value can be increased up to 8.9 times by using hydrated lime only. Further improvement in CBR can be achieved by adding Bagasse S in hydrated lime. Waste from the sand and molasses with hydrated lime reduced the differential free swell and improved unconfined compressive strength values. According to paper number 11 and 12, strength parameters of Improvement shown. CBR of black cotton soil.
Kiran ma'am, please on mic.
Yes, Kiran, you can continue.
Now I am audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
You are
yes.
audible, ma'am.
Okay. 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 CBR of black cotton soil was increased 62.5% by using granite dust and 112% by using geotextiles placed 50 mm from the top according to research paper number 5. Free swell of expansive soil was reduced from 4.35% to 1.8% by using aluminum beverage cans 10% of the dry weight of the expansive soil according to the research paper number 6. Improvement in CBR value and reduction in differential swell achieved using vitrified polish waste with hydrated lime. Coconut coir and crushed glass was used with fly ash to stabilize black cotton soil and 3.5 times improvement in California bearing ratio value and 10 times reduction in swelling pressure achieved in the research paper number 8. CBR value can be increased up to 9 times by using hydrated lime only. Further improvement in CBR can be achieved by adding Bagasse S in the hydrated lime, according to the paper number 9. In the paper number 10, waste foundry sand and molasses with hydrated lime used, and by using material, reduction in the differential free swell and improvement in unconfined compressive strength values find out. Strength parameters of weak soils can be improved and swelling properties of expansive soils can be reduced by using photogypsum with hydrated lime or calcined clay with hydrated lime, according to the research paper number 11 and 12. Polypropylene fibers decrease free swell and increases unconfined compressive strength of black cotton soils, according to the research paper number 14. Crushed glass improves the properties of black cotton soil considerably. According to the paper number 16, combination of Bagasse S with cement as well as Bagasse S with lime improves properties of the black cotton soil. Conclusion: locally available waste materials like granite dust, vitrified tile sands, photogypsum, plastic waste, crushed glass, Bagasse ash, rice, husk ash, fly ash, coconut coir, waste foundry sand, etc. With or without hydrated lime can be used with precautions as additives to reduce swelling and shrinkage properties of black cotton soils. As well as environmental hazards also can be reduced by use of such waste materials. When comparing these additives, means the waste material locally available and geosynthetic materials, geosynthetic materials gives the best results. These are the references. Thank you very much.
Note.
Thank you, Kiran ma'am,
Yes.
for this presentation. Can I have some questions from the audience?
I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. First of all, I want to understand what is this Bagasi S?
Yes. So Bagasi S is the actually sugar cane husk. Okay, best sugar cane material. After removing juice from it, the ash it is ignited and the ash fermented. It is known as molasses. Bagasi ash.
And now
Economically as well as from the engineering purpose.
So very eco occurs. I'm not audible.
I'm saying that you have shown various ways to use. So according to you, which is the best material economically as well as
Sir, excuse me.
for engineering.
Hello, sir. Very echo sound occur. Kindly type your question so that I can answer easily. Kindly type your question.
And
now can you hear me?
now can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Sir, echo occurs.
Professor Arya is typing the question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just wait for a moment. So meanwhile, can we have question from any of the audience? Maybe have questions from other audience.
Yes, Arya sir had typed the question, which is the best waste material to be used economical as well as with engineering purpose? Sir, actually it depends upon the black cotton soil's property. Even though black cotton soil is the same type, but due to how much amount of montmorillonite mineral is present in that soil, that this is the most important thing, and all the properties are the shrinkage and swelling property of black cotton soil is depends upon that. So depending upon the different properties of the black cotton soil of the different zone in India or another places, we can compare all the things. Okay. So, sir, I had studied 16 research papers, and granite waste powder gives best result. Granite waste powder gives best result.
Okay. So Kiran tried its best to answer Professor Arya. I hope that Professor Arya will be satisfied with the answer. So any other question from any of the audience?
Sir, one question again from the Abhishek Arya. Sir, is it economical? Sir, actually, this is the granite waste material is economical because it is a just wasted material. Here, the additives used that should be of locally available materials. Okay, in just like in Jodhpur region, the marble dust. Okay. Means and aggregate dust just like मूंगिया की जो डस्ट होती है, ठीक है, मार्बल की जो डस्ट है, क्योंकि इधर राजस्थान में जो है इसकी क्वेरीज ज्यादा है, एंड इन जोधपुर सैंडस्टोन का जो क्वेरीज हैं वो भी ज्यादा है, तो इसकी डस्ट भी अपन यूज में ले सकते हैं. तो इसमें तो कोई there is no investment in such type of research work because wasted materials are used as additives. Okay, sir. So there is no comparison of whether it is economical or costly.
Okay, so I hope now Professor Arya would be satisfied and it answers his question. Proceeding, and thank you, ma'am, for this nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, it was a nice presentation. Proceeding ahead, we have next paper and the last paper in this session number 1, and then we'll start the session number 2. So the question is, the first paper is from Rahul Kumar Meena, Dr. Nitu Raj, and Dr. S. Anbu Kumar. The title of the paper is Effects of Bracing System on Multi-Storied Steel Buildings. So, Mr. Rahul Kumar Meena, you can start your presentation. Ms. Kiran Bhuj, you can please stop sharing your screen so that Rahul Meena can start. Professor Kiran, you can stop sharing your screen. Rahul Meena, you can start sharing your screen. It will take over it. It will
Yes,
take
sir.
over it.
Sir, he is working, sir. He is on the way.
Okay, Rahul Meena is on the way means, he is presenting.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes. Rahul, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rahul Kumar Meena, pursuing PhD from Delhi Technological University. And my topic of presentation is effect of bracing system on multi-story steel building. Am I audible to all, sir?
Yes, you are audible to all, sir. You
Okay,
can
sir.
start.
Yes, sir.
Your voice is a little low. That's okay. Yes.
Okay, sir.
Yes, you can start.
These are my contents in my topic of presentation. First, introduction and scope of the present study, methodology, analysis of models, results and conclusion references. This is the introduction. Actually, we have land availability is very less, so the option we have left only for vertical rise. And in the multi-story, the problem is lateral displacement. Lateral forces are very problematic. So this is the introduction. India at presently fast developing country, which require demands in increase in infrastructure, facilities along with the growth of population. Due to the increased population, the demand and cost of land for housing is increasing day by day. And to fulfill the need of the land for housing and other commercial purpose, vertical development, that is multi-story buildings are the only option. So the lateral forces acting on the building, story drift take place, which is more vulnerable as the height of the structure increases. To satisfy the strength and serviceability limit, lateral stiffness is a major consideration in the design of tall buildings. These are the objectives of the present study. First, we will find the displacement response of a space steel frame under seismic and wind loading in different bracing systems and determine the lateral drift at each floor for concentric brace frames, that is called CBFS, for fully sustained columns. Study on moment and shear carrying capacity for different bracing system in steel buildings and determination of the most efficient bracing system in concentric brace frames. These are my methodology. I have calculated dead load and the slab dead weight.
Hello.
Hello.
हाँ मैम, हाँ क्या
Yes,
कह
ma'am.
रही हैं आप?
Hello. Sir, can I continue? Hello. 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 Sir, am I audible? हेलो सर, राहुल बोल रहा हूँ सर, आवाज आ रही है? ओके, नहीं उस पे आ रही है सर, पीपीटी पे आ रही है। ओके सर, ओके, थैंक यू सर। Hello. So, sir, dead load calculation are as per IS 875, part 1, 1987. And these are the unit weight of steel, and I have assumed the depth of slab is 125 mm. And wall of sulfate is 5 kilonewton per meter square. And the floor load is 3.88 kilonewton per meter square. These are the live load as per part 2, 1987. For residential buildings, that is hostels and hotels, boarding houses, we can take as a 4.0 kilonewton per meter square. These are seismic loading as per IS 1893/2002. The soil type is medium soil, and damping ratio is 0.002 for a steel building. Foundation depth I have assumed 3 meter. And for wind load, I have calculated from IS 875 part 3 1987. Basic wind speed VB, that is 47 meter per second. Terrain category is 2. And for class B, probability factor K1 is 1.07. These are my model's plan dimension. My model is 20 into 20 meter. And I have considered 20-story building, that is G plus 19-story steel base structure. The typical floor height is 3 meter with a total 60 meter of height of the building. In plan, the side span 20 meter by 20 meter divided into 5 meter square base as shown the figure below. And now I have considered this type of bracing model. First without bracing, then forward bracing, backward bracing, inverted V bracing, K bracing, and V bracing model. This is the without bracing model, that is 60 meter height and 20 meter plan. And this is the next one is 3D view of a building. And this is the diagram for displacement for without bracing model. And this is for steel frame with backward bracing. I have shown here the elevation and displacement. These are my steel frame with forward bracing. Same thing I have shown here, displacement and elevation. This is a steel frame with X bracing, and this is a steel frame with inverted V bracing. Now we have calculated conclusion results, displacement. It's observed from above figure that as the number of story increases, displacement increases for without bracing and with bracing. जैसे जैसे हम ऊपर जाएंगे तो displacement बढ़ेगा. The maximum top story displacement for without bracing is maximum, that is 47.929 mm, and minimum for X bracing, that is 12.49 mm. Meaning हमें X bracing सबसे कम displacement मिला है और without bracing हमें 47 mm मिला है. तो ये ग्राफ दिखा रखा है इसमें, without bracing, K bracing, V bracing, X bracing, inverted V bracing, forward and backward bracing. This is the story shear result, lowest in the without bracing. Now this is the result of shear forces. These all are calculated from STAT Pro result. This is the shear force, the maximum shear force for a steel building. The maximum shear force for a steel building for without bracing and with bracing is shown in the figure. And the maximum shear force found from backward bracing is 71,376.016 kilonewton, and minimum for without bracing. वही विदाउट ब्रेसिंग में सबसे कम शियर फोर्स मिला है और बैकवर्ड ब्रेसिंग में सबसे ज्यादा शियर फोर्स मिला है. नाउ नेक्स्ट इज बेंडिंग मोमेंट. And in the bending moment result, maximum movement is My and Mz, whichever is greater is shown in the figure. For steel building without bracing and with bracing, maximum bending moment found for forward bracing system, and for minimum for K bracing system. तो K bracing के लिए हमें सबसे कम मिला है और maximum मिला हमें forward bracing के लिए. Now we can come for conclusion. This paper has presented general review of the structural system for tall building. Unlike the height-based classification in the past, a system-based broad classification has been proposed. Various structural systems within each category of the new classification have been described with emphasis on innovation. On the basis of the present study, the following conclusion can be drawn. First, out of all the bracing system, inverted backward bracing system is giving maximum shear forces. Forward bracing system is producing maximum bending moment in comparison to the other bracing, and most suitable bracing system is backward bracing system. Lateral displacement at the top floor is reduced approximately 50% for backward bracing in frame structure compared to without bracing system. These all results are compared without bracing system actually. And these are my references. Thank you, sir. Now we can continue questions. Hello, sir.
Professor Kamlesh sir. Hello, Kamlesh sir. Okay, any question from audience? Any question from audience? Okay. Thank you so much, Rahul Kumar Meena. Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir.
Next paper, paper ID RACCTM 202044. Author name Neha Yadav. Kindly present your screen.
Hello.
Paper ID 44.
Yeah.
Kindly present your screen.
Am I audible right now? Hello. 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 Am I audible?
Your voice is very slow.
Now am I audible? Hello.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yeah. Okay, okay. So I'll be just sharing the screen. Please let me know, are you guys able to see it or not?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Hello.
Yes, yes, we can see.
Am I audible? Am I audible right now?
Yes, yes.
Are you guys able to hear me properly?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, fine. Should I start then? Hello.
Yes, yes, we
Yes.
can.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay,
please.
okay. Fine, fine. Thank you so much. So, hello everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Neha Yadav. I'm working as assistant professor in SPA Bhopal, and today I'll be presenting about the topic measuring and reducing residential building energy demand in India. And that's what my research topic is. I'll be discussing the challenges and opportunities basically, and would try to develop some knowledge about then, of course, I'll be showing some measures that can be taken for reducing this residential energy demand in the country. So let us go through some facts and figures right now. Uh, Basically, if we see the energy consumption and demand in the country, we have in the world, sorry, we have three different countries who are leading. We know China, it's the largest economy and it's even having the largest population and the fourth largest region in 2040 it will become. It is having energy consumption of 132 quadrillion BTU, that is British thermal units, which will be even increasing after 35 years. Then comes Africa. As of 2015, it's the largest regional energy consumer and even the sixth largest regional GDP. And of course, the fourth largest regional area among these three countries right now. And these three countries are leading. And now, when we talk about India, as of 2015, it is the fourth largest energy consumer. And we know we are the second largest population in the world and even the third largest economy. So, as urbanization and population is increasing day by day, we are having a great possibility that India will be getting more and more faster growth rate in energy consumption. And demand worldwide. So why India basically? Because I have shown three of the leading countries in the world that demands so much of energy and that consumes so much of energy in the world. But why India here? Because we are the fourth largest economy, sorry, the consumers of energy being the third largest economy and secondly most populous country in the world. And as of this charts that you can see, there are certain percentage of energy consumption that has been projected for next 2015 to 2040, that is next 20 years or 2 decades. In that, India is having 2.7% as the greatest rate for energy consumption among the members of non-OECD countries. So that is one reason why to be focused on India and why it is leading to be a more energy consumer country in the world. And these are again the graphs which are just showing how energy consumption of India will increase in 2040. It will become as it's now the third largest economy and second largest population. It will become the highest consumer of energy in the world. So as we are having the fastest growth in the building and other construction industries, energy will also get increased by 2040. Here we are again talking about India, how energy consumption is divided in the country. So as we can see this graph, in residential sectors, more energy is consumed than the commercial sector. And there's this projection for 2040 after 2 decades. Uh, Whoever's mic is on, can I please request to turn the mic off? I think Kamlesh sir, can you just turn your mic off if I audible to you? Anyway, so as you can see these two graphs, residential energy projection is much higher than commercial energy projection for the country, and maximum energy consumption will be there in industrial sector by 2040. Why we are focusing on residential sector only in the country? Because previously in the previous slide, I've already shown energy consumption in residential sector will be much more than any other sector in the country by 2040. As we know, like Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana and different kind of policies, government policies are coming for housing as well and development. And there's this pace of development of construction industries in the country that is going on at a very higher pace. So as there will be a boom in urbanization, there will be boom in housing demand, then there will be increased energy demand in construction and different industries. Therefore, energy consumption by 2030 will be increased almost 1 lakh or 1 million or 10 lakh square feet area, which will be consuming more than 2.1% as of now. So 22% of all energy that is used in India is used by residential sector, and this will lead to a dramatic increase in the demand even after the domestic comfort that we provide, maybe by using some air conditions. There are different passive techniques that are being used. So construction, energy consumption, these are very much directly related to each other. And as per the study done by Dr. Satish Kumar and the fellow mates during 2011, as per their own research paper, he has said the constructed floor area will be increasing by 5 times to 2030, and that's only a decade we have. So after 10 years, India will be leading in the construction industry as well, and as the energy consumption also. So again, why the emphasis on residential sector? As I've already told you, by 2030 there will be a certain increase of 75% rather than 25 in energy consumption as compared to commercial area. And by 2050, after 2 decades, we will be having 85% of energy consumption than comparison to commercial sectors in the country. And there will be a huge energy demand that will be coming from the residential sector that we have to cater as a country here. That's why energy efficiency is the need of an hour right now. Again, we consume energy almost through various process. Maybe, for example, we can take that this building sector, the energy building sector, is emitting 7 times more CO2 by 2050 as compared to 2005 level. So, can you see? You just have to see the energy consumption level and even the emission level of carbon dioxide by residential industry by 2050. So that is a matter of concern. And the study by GBP and report, that is residential buildings in India, energy use projection and savings potentials, they have given a figure of 8 times increased in the total energy consumption in India by 2050. So we just have to see how this energy consumption is growing day by day. That will lead to eight times lead in next 2 decades or maybe 20 years. That's a matter of concern. And India is experiencing higher penetration and increased usage of energy consumption right now through the appliances and even the construction industry. So how this demand can be reduced? That's what my research is all about. That if that much higher amount of energy is being consumed or is being demanded from the country, how we can reduce the demand? Of course, we can improve the efficiency in urban infrastructure. As we know, commercial and residential industries are consuming certain energy or maybe demand. We have to have a baseline study of that energy consumption. And of course, there should be some saving estimates that can be installed as a product. We have energy saving, or maybe there are various appliances which we used to see 4-star, 5-star, having maybe LG or other companies are there which give different star ratings for energy consumption. So as individuals, we have to look for star ratings and even how we can, reduce the energy consumption or carbon emission in our country at least. And of course, residential baseline study is very much necessary because residential industry will be leading this energy consumption in next 2 decades. And of course, government initiatives are very necessary. It is not a one-hand process or maybe some, single stakeholder approach. It is not. It should be a multi-partnership approach in which government should be a defining body. Right now, we just have green building rating system, that is GRIHA, and energy efficiency measures are taken through state electricity companies. That can be taken. It is not taken right now. And even there should be some schemes or maybe policies like housing refinance schemes. I'll just give you one example of National Housing Bank that has set up a refinancing scheme to the equipments in the home. If you are installing certain kind of equipments that are saving the energy in your home, then it will give you a certain kind of, consideration. And the total US dollar refinance that National Housing Bank has made is 2.16 million US dollars. That is a good amount under this scheme. So that, that kind of things can be done and adopted in the country like India also. So these are the energy efficient measures that can be taken. I have given here 3 different way of approaches that can be adopted for the reduction of residential energy. Yeah, I will just talk about this building energy code. Might be many of you have heard about GRIHA or LEED. These are the energy building consumption code in the country and as well as outside. So, we have to develop such residential codes which solely depends or focuses on residential areas rather than different areas in the country. So, Reside is one of that project that is going on right now, and it is partially being implemented in the country. So they have developed the energy building code that is for residential areas, and they are focusing on to build a strong, open, and excessive evidence-based research that will be used in the residential energy sector. And of course, they have proposed a new residential building energy code via having different industries who are involved in energy technologies. They are even tied up with MOUD and MOHUA, that is Ministry of Urban Development, and other ministries in the countries. They are even connecting with utility suppliers. Like as we have different electricity board in the states, so they are getting connected with them, and they are even connected with Ministry of Environment and Climate Changes, because that is what will be happening after 30 years if we are not concentrating on the energy consumption right now in the country. And of course, the city authorities at the local level, and very much important is this home dweller thing. Because if we don't focus on the home dwellers or the individual, each one of us have to be aware of everything that is going on in the world, and we have to take certain measures for that. That's why a good thing they have done, they have involved home dwellers also in this whole process. So that was the best example of this Reside is the best example of developing some energy consumption or building energy code for residential sector. I'll just come to the challenges and opportunities which comes when we see how this residential building energy demand can be calculated. So first challenge is there is lack of awareness about among each one of us. Even when the practitioners are there, architect, engineers, or maybe energy efficiency researchers are there, and there are different, building construction industries and services industries which are working all through in our country, but they are not that much aware of the consumption and demand that is coming from the country. And there is lack of, supply constraints are there. There's no intensive or motivation for the people. There is this inappropriate energy pricing. We have different pricing everywhere, be it for the fuels, be it for the electricity. We don't have such public and private buildings dedicated for these kind of things. And there is most importantly lack of education and inefficiency, including financial efficiencies that is going on in the country right now. And we do have such opportunities. Let us look at the brighter side of the case. We have development. We can develop some adequate database. As I've already told you, we can develop a baseline study for residential energy consumption. And awareness campaigns can be there. Legislative and regulatory support, if required, it should be given by the authorities so that this process gets a catalyst in this whole equation. Then there are certain, basic measures that can be taken, reducing heating, cooling, and ventilation, and even lighting in the construction industry or even by the home dweller. Increasing energy efficiency using different equipments which actually saves energy. So we have to try all those things. So there are various opportunities along with the challenges in this particular scenario. Ultimately, I have this conclusion that reduction of this whole building energy demand in the country is not so easy, and it's not even a single-handed approach. So a multi-partnership approach is very necessary while we do such kind of researches or maybe the study or maybe the projects. Not only a single stakeholder, but various stakeholders should be coming under it, maybe through the suppliers, maybe through the ministries, even at the state level, urban local bodies, and even us as a dweller. We should be very aware of each and everything. We should start saving energy. We should start saving fuels, electricity. We should take a certain measures using of appliances that actually reduce the energy demand. That can be a good thing at the individual level. And of course, the ministries and different stakeholders should come up to actually reduce the energy consumption demand. Otherwise, India will be leading in the energy consumption as it's leading in population. That's my conclusion. Thank you so much. And these are the references that I've taken. Thanks a lot for listening. I'm done with the presentation here. Anyone having any question?
Any question from audience? Any question from audience?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I think I should just stop presenting then. Am I done with the presentation then?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much for listening. Thanks a lot.
Hello. Good afternoon to all. The second session of the first day of this international e-conference has been going to start now. The keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Jabrinder Singh. He is presently serving as Associate Professor, Environmental Science and Engineering, DIT University, Dehradun, Uttarakhand, India. He has been teaching the courses related to environment science the past 12 years in Haryana College of Technology and Management, Kaithal, Haryana, India, and DIT University, Dehradun, India. He obtained his doctorate and master's in environmental sciences and engineering from GJ University of Science and Technology, Hisar. He has published a large number of research papers in national and international journals and presented research articles in many conferences. He also organized conferences and workshops related to environmental aspects and edited the abstract books. He is also reviewer of many international journals. One book in Lab Academic Publishing, Latvia, European Union, and two books chapters in Springer Nature Books are also in his credit. He is also associated with various organizations working in the field of environmental conservation. Now, I'm welcome to Dr. Jabrinder Singh to present his keynote for the session 2 of this e-conference.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Firstly, I will thanking to Dr. Devangan for providing me an opportunity to share the views over this platform in this international conference for related to the environment. And secondly, I'm also to extend my gratitude to JIET management for organizing such a wonderful event during the period of unprecedented lockdown period. So I'm very much thankful to all the organizers, organizing team, Dr. Devangan and his associated members for this wonderful organization of International E-Conference, and also feels privileged to speak over here as a speaker. Thanks, ma'am. Now, can I share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, ma'am. Hello. Ma'am, screen is visible?
Uh, no, sir. No, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Then I'm sharing.
So click on present now pop box.
Yeah, click on present now and then share the screen.
Share your whole screen. Okay. Yes, sir.
Now, ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Ma'am, kindly off your mic, please. Kiran, ma'am.
Okay, yes.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon to everybody. And once again, thanks to JIT management and the staff members for providing me an opportunity to share my views over here. So, in today's context, what is environment actually? Because environment a vital component in today's context
Dr.
because of
Jagvinder, sir,
the
sorry for
unprecedented
interruption. Sir,
disaster.
you are not
Yes, sir.
audible properly.
Hello, hello. Although, sir, at my part, everything is okay. Hello. Yes, sir. Sir, now voice is clear. Hello. Sir, is
No,
voice
sir,
clear,
you are
sir?
not audible properly, sir.
Hello. Okay. Hello. Yes, sir. Sir, now is my voice audible?
Yes, sir, your voice is audible. Yes.
Okay, thanks, ma'am. So, in this unprecedented events of COVID-19 and its related activities which are related to SARS-CoV-2, the environmental perspectives taken important role in this context. So we can observe that up to till now, the COVID-19 have affected more than 15 million people at the global level, and also it have claimed more than 0.61 million deaths at the global level. And if we are seeing the Indian scenario, then around 1.15 million people are affected with more than 30,000 fatalities which it have claimed yet. So this zoonosis disease that is originating from the wild animals, wild organisms, and then transmitted to the human beings, it is causing a large-scale pandemic which have been observed now, although the three more disasters have took place which are zoonotic origin, such as the SARS first that was came in 2003, that is a severe acute respiratory syndrome, and then the another Ebola virus, but that was not so much pandemic and did not so much cause disastrous impacts at the global level. Rather, they were epidemics as compared to this pandemic. So these zoonosis diseases are mainly occurring due to disturbances in the natural ecosystems, due to the hampering of the natural food chains, or due to the introduction of exotic species at various places, which becomes host to transmit these pathogens from the wild animals to the human beings. So there are all the various aspects which are related to it, which we will not discuss over here, but we will only concern about the environmental perspectives amid this SARS-CoV-2, which is currently going on. Although we know that many pandemic disasters took place, but the SARS-CoV-2 is the scariest one, with its impacts slamming all facets of the health, economy, and social life at the global level. It have eventually spread after March 2020, and it came engulfed into all the different nations at a large scale. This has created a catastrophic situation for all, and presently it have affected more than 15 million peoples with a high number of fatalities. Although in it have affected the economic part, it have affected the social life, but if we are considering some environmental aspects, then we can see that there is a positive side of this coin also, which may alleviate woeful facts related to COVID-19. It has emerged as a blessings in disguise, and it helps providing the natural environment a recovery time. It has given the nature a healing time in a reduced human interference activities in the natural environment. Now, the COVID-19 induced lockdown may lead to the potential changes as mentioned in this matrix, which have been recently published. That is, some immediate impacts can be observed with reference to this induced COVID-19 induced lockdown. Some short-term impacts can also be seen, and some long-term impacts can also be seen. Although the immediate effects, which are from days to the weeks, are affecting local level ecosystems as well as the regional impacts and having a global impacts also. If we are considering the local impacts, then this due to this lockdown activities and halting of the transportation activities, halting of the other economic activities or shutdown of the industrial activities, it have improved the air quality. All the blocks which are mentioned in the green blocks, these are the positive impacts, and the blocks which are mentioned in the pink color, these are having some negative impacts over the environment, and further the gray ones have are the neutral ones which do not have any positive or negative impacts on the environment. So it have immediate impact of improving the air quality, which we will discuss in the later on slides, and it have also led to the increased water and soil pollution due to the various types of biomedical waste disposals into those resources, that is the water and the soil, because most of the waste material which is generated by this COVID-19 induced lockdown is non-biodegradable in nature, and it will eventually hamper the water quality as well as the soil pollutions. Further, the decreased noise pollution, that is a positive impact of it, and then the ecological restoration activities, that is the degraded ecosystems have been again rejuvenated due to the lack of interferences by the human beings in them. So that will also a short-term impacts also, that is it will continue up to few months from few days. So this ecological restoration process is very important, and from local level to the regional level, that is from to the broader context, it is widening itself. And the improved adaptation plans are also going on among the various ecosystems. So this ecological restoration further helps in the short-term impacts of improved adaptation plans. And then we have a negative impact also, such as in the shoreline pollutions with sanitary disposals at a large extent due to the COVID-19 induced solid waste, biomedical waste generations. Then the decreased environmental pollution due to the reduced traffic, such as the air pollution or the other ambient atmospheric quality that have been got improved due to it at the regional level also. And at the global level, we have observed that the reduction of observational data and monitoring capacity have been reduced due to the lockdown of the people into various pockets, sachets, and they are not able to communicate that data to the higher authorities, or that they cannot communicate it, they cannot, you can say, prove it to the higher levels. Further, the societal and economic changes with environmental impacts that may be in the gray blocks, because these have not any kind of negative or positive impacts upon it. And in the long term, at the global level, environment and climate change policies will also alter. And it is hopeful that these policies, what impact these policies will have, it is still unpredictable, but we are hoping that these will be for the beneficial of the environment. Then at the global level, environmental research for epidemiological applications are also going on. We know that the various research organizations in the field of biotechnology, in the field of microbiology, these people are doing a lot of research presently to combat the various disasters related to the genetic origins, such as the viruses or the bacteria epidemics, or related to the SARS-CoV-2 like epidemiological pandemic issues. Further, the enhanced system for environmental monitoring, so that at the global level, not only at the regional level, but also at the global level, we can enhance our system for environmental monitoring, because more or less these disasters acts, these whether these are the pathogenic disasters or any natural disasters which are going on, they have a link with the anthropogenic activities. And due to lack of the environmental monitoring, due to lack of the assessment of our anthropogenic activities, we are not able to how to tackle with these activities, or how to combat with these ones, because until and unless we know about the ill impacts, negative impacts of any anthropogenic activity, we cannot control it. So this now scenario will also enhance the system for environmental monitoring and assessment at the global level. It will also improve the regional climatic conditions because of the reduction in the pollution levels. And further, the improvement of citizens' wellness and health protection will also be ensured in the forthcoming years in a long-term basis, because the every state government organizations are working in the field of improving their health facilities, improving the people's concerns, and providing the various types of infrastructure facilities for health and the to combat this pandemic activities. Further, the enhanced planning for disaster risk reduction are also going on, because the many agencies, planning agencies, are doing work over how to be cope up with these kind of disasters, whether that are in the form of abiotic factors or the biotic factors like the COVID ones. And changing the water consumption share. Although it is now in unpredictable, that is having a neutral impact, it has been shown, that is from short term to the long term, but the water consumption share will change in the due course of time. How? Because in freshwater consuming, maximum freshwater consuming sector is the agriculture sector, through the irrigation facilities. So these sectors are continuously improved for reduction in their water consumptions. And further, we are also improving our technologies so that we should convert the grey waters into the freshwater availabilities, and eventually it will help us in managing the water resources. Further, the improved adaptation plans for the cities, so that the cities or the urban areas where the population density is very high, so we have more concern for them, because these are the centers, these are more vulnerable to any kind of disaster, any kind of epidemic. That's why the improved adaptation plans have been formulated at the not for the short term basis but for the long term basis also, and these will eventually help in maintaining the cities at the sustainable development levels. Further, the improved air quality in urban areas will change in societal behavior because people will eventually came to know that we have to remain in harmony with nature. That's why we have to change our societal behavior and we have to make take the local impacts. We have to act locally so that we can make a harmonious relationship with the nature over here. So through these metrics, an idea has to be generated that how the environment, how the society, how the economy can be controlled in a sustainable manner from local level to the global level and from a immediate impact to the long-term impact in the forthcoming years so that we can sustain human life over this planet. We can sustain ourselves as well as we can sustain the other resources also over this planet for our survival. Further, some concerns, some perspectives which are related to environmental among the SARS-CoV-2 are air pollution. Air pollution, we know that it is a global problem, and the air pollution have caused a huge amount of problems at the global level, from acid rain to the climate change to the global warming. And this air pollution is become a manic for us because it is badly affecting the human health. At the global level, it is estimated that the premature deaths occurring due to the air pollution is around 3.5 million. It is estimated and it have been observed through the different scientific studies that around 3.5 million people die annually at the global level due to the air pollution related respiratory and other problems which it causes. And the mortality in alone Delhi NCR region is around 25,000 annually due to the air pollution. We note that the Delhi NCR region is a hotspot of air pollution at the global level. It is treated, this region is treated as the most polluted, air polluted cities at the world level. And it is estimated also that this mortality in Delhi NCR region due to air pollution may raise up to 50,000 per annum rate by 2050. That is, it will go doubled if we will not control this air pollution manic or in this particular region. And at the global level also, the India and China will be the most vulnerable countries if we will not able to control the air pollution manic at this international level also. So, if we are considering that the COVID-19 induced deaths are going on and that is creating a panic over it, but we are forgetting that this COVID-19 induced pandemic have also and lockdown have also bring a good air to us also. It have also helped us in maintaining the air quality, restoring the air quality at the global level. So the air pollution, which was claiming around more than 3.5 million people death at the global level, whereas the COVID-19 have only claimed yet only 0.61 million deaths. So a very less amount of deaths have been claimed by this zoonosis disease as compared to the premature deaths globally occurring due to the air pollution. So if we are comparing these facts, then it is very less due to the deaths are very less as by the COVID-19 induced, whereas if we are comparing it with the air quality, which will happen at the global level instead of the COVID-19. And over here, we can see that in the Delhi NCR region, as per the Central Pollution Control Board of India records of March, April, and May 2020, the air quality index in Delhi NCR region is studied over here. In this, we can see that during the March April 2019, that is the pink one, the AQI was around 200, and in most of the adjoining cities of the capital region, that is the Gurugram, Ghaziabad, Noida, this is around 250. So this is highly hazardous. That is the air quality index as per the CPCB. It should be around 50 to 100 for a healthy air to breathe. And healthy air is a right for the human being and the other organisms to take it. But this air quality eventually remains at such an high peak that is 5 times more than the prescribed limits for the air quality in most of the cities over here. So in 2019 data of this particular time period, that is from March to April, it is around such a high peak. But eventually, when from March 1 to 21, the government have induced the halt to the transportation activities, it has starting shutting down the industrial activities, then it is continuously going on reducing. In the this blue graphs in different cities, we can see it is continuously reducing. And when the lockdown period was at its peak, that is from March to the April one, this is have been came to a very healthier zone, that is in the green zone. The AQI which was in the red zone, it have been critically reduced to the green zone, and this have reduced to less than 100 AQI. And this 100 AQI, less than 100 AQI, indices that the air quality have been improved at a very large extent due to the lockdown activities, because most of the anthropogenic causes which are deteriorating the air quality for the transportation sector, for the industrial emissions, as well as it is also related to the various types of economic activities which are going on at the global level. Henceforth, in all the major cities, we can see that during the March and April, it have been reduced to the healthier ones at a large extent in most of the cities. But what happened that after May 17, when the lockdown was partially opened, that is the unlock one initiated, that again the transportation activities, the industrial operations are going on, and it have again shoot up to a higher levels of the AQI. So again, it becomes disastrous to us. So this lockdown is a temporary treatment, or it may be a temporary alternative for improving the air quality, but we have to think about the sustainable approaches to improve the air quality so that the throughout year it should be within the green zone, not only during the lockdown periods. So this is a figure which is showing. Further, another aspect related to air pollution I am showing you is the AOD, that is the aerosol optical depth, which is a measuring the light is absorbed or reflected by airborne particles. These hazy conditions show the optical depth of more than one. We can see over here that the more the tan color is observed over here and more the blue color is observed, that means the a less amount of AOD, aerosol optical depth, is there at that particular place. So in this figure, which is generated by the NASA in through its satellites, that is Sentinel 5P and Aura, that these satellitic imageries are providing of the Indian context during the this March April period, and it is showing that in 2016 the conditions of AOD was very high. The high concentration of AOD was present over here as well as in these portions where the various activities are going on, such as the different activities related to mining and the other industrial activities are going on in this region, as well as in the northern parts also, that is in the sub-Himalayan zone. Also, there is a high AOD have been observed, including the northeastern states. So during 17 also, during 18 we have observed this, and in 19 the situation was also very high, AOD was observed, but in 20 it have reduced drastically, it have declined, this AOD have declined to less than zero point 0.1 also. And this anomaly have been shown, that is the sixth figure have been shown, is showing the average of 2020 and the AOD concentration of 16 to 19. These 4 years average is compared with the average of 2020 in this anomaly figure, and we can see that is the clear blue skies can be observed due to less amount of AOD present into the atmosphere in most parts of the country. Although this portion is showing some anomalous behavior because due to the illegal mining activities which are going on in this particular region, the aerosol dust particles are observed over here by this NASA imageries. which are taken by the Terra and Aqua satellites, that is Sentinel-5P and Aura from the NASA. Not only in the Indian context, but in other nations also, the difference between the concentration of air pollutants have been observed by different satellitic imageries, such as through the GIS and remote sensing techniques. NASA have taken imageries in the USA. In the USA, nitrogen dioxide concentration is observed at a very high level, that is more than 10 micromole per meter cube over here in this region. But during the March 20, this is the average of March 15 to 19, that is in the past 4 years, the average was this one. Okay. But in the March 20, it have been reduced to more than 50%. This NOx concentration have been reduced at various places over here in this region as well as in this region. So it have been reduced to more than 50%, declined to more than 50%. So the NOx concentration, which is mainly attributable to the transportation sector, because NOx concentration is mainly released by the transportation vehicles due to usage of the fossil fuel based fuels, as well as that is also attributable to the industrial emissions but at a less extent, whereas the sulfur oxides emissions are mainly attributable to the industrial emissions as well as the coal based thermal power station emissions. So NOx concentrations have been reducing not only in a particular part, but in most of the other nations also these have been observed by the scientists. Further, the European Space Agency have also concluded that the nitrogen oxides concentrations in the Indian subcontinent have been reduced at a very critical level. It has been observed that there is a 40 to 50% drop in nitrogen dioxide concentrations across the major cities of the India, because more than 30 cities of India are under the hotspot of air pollution at the global level, which are treated as the among the most polluted cities of the world. So it have been observed by the European Space Agency's Copernicus satellite that NOx concentration is reducing to a less than half of it. Even it have been also observed by the common people also as a layman that they have seen the peoples in the Indo-Gangetic plains, such as the peoples residing in UP or in Punjab, Haryana region. They are observing the Himalayan mountain ranges after 30 years, because the persons who are observing these, they said that in the past 3 decades we are not able to see even the Shivalik ranges also, but now we are able to see the higher mountain ranges due to the clear skies, such as the Dholadhar mountain ranges. In the TOI it was published, and that have been observed from the Jalandhar, as well as the Gangotri and Shivalik ranges from Saharanpur and Muzaffarnagar region of UP. These have been observed by the people, and they have sent the pics also, and these have remains the highlights in the newspapers such as the CNN and the TOI. So these air pollution indexes, which are not only provided by the satellite imagery but also spotted by the common peoples also, that the clear skies have been observed during this lockdown period. Further, the lockdown impact have been also observed internationally in Italy also. The European Space Agency again observed the reduction in nitrogen dioxide levels in the northern Italy region. In this northern Italy region, the light color is indicating the more amount of NOx concentration in the atmosphere, whereas the dark tan color is showing the less amount of NOx concentration in the northern parts of Italy. And it have been observed that the lockdown period in the March have reduced the nitrogen dioxide levels to less than 50%. Further, in the Indian regions, these satellitic imageries are showing the reduction in particulate levels also, because most of the particulate matter is also a major concern in our country. Although in the foreign countries it is not of major concern due to the sustainable approaches in the developmental activities and the absorption of the pollutants at the source itself. But in our country, due to the construction activities, open construction activities, or due to various other anthropogenic activities such as related to the mining and mining operations which are going on openly, open cast mining is going on, as well as the other activities which are going on, such as the emissions by the thermal power stations, fly ash released into the atmosphere openly or dumped into the open lands. That is also contributing towards the PM 2.5 levels, PM10 levels in the atmosphere. So this is also a main contributor. So while calculating the AQI, air quality index, by the central pollution control boards and the other state pollution control boards, PM 2.5 and PM10 plays a vital role. Out of the 7 parameters which they are considering, that is from carbon monoxide to the sulfur oxides and nitrogen oxides, PM 2.5, PM10 are also one of the considerables in calculating the air quality index. So this PM 2.5 level in March 20, it have been observed that in March 2020, it was this over here we can see the levels in the darker portions. These are the high levels of the PM 2.5 and the prescribed desirable limits by the CPCB of PM 2.5 should be less than 50 ppm. But it remains as high in this is the region in the Delhi NCR region. So in this Delhi NCR region, it remains as high as 250 to 300 in the normal days, whereas during the burning of stubble and straws in the Indo-Gangetic Plain regions or due to some other activities in which more particulate matter is released into the atmosphere, such as during the occasions of Deepavali festival, it raises to a very disastrous level, to very hazardous level of around 900 ppms. Okay. So that is around 18 times more than the desirable levels by the WHO and CPCB. So it having reduced to a very less level. That is, it again comes into the green zone, that is less than 50 is observed over here. Whereas according to the color of the this particulate matters over here, it is assumed that it is around 300 to 400 ppm concentration of PM2.5 is observed over here. Similarly, the PM10, that is a particulate matter 10, is observed throughout the country. Okay. So this have been also reduced to 40% according to the scientific studies in the whole Indian subcontinent region due to the lockdown activities. As the PM 2.5 and PM10 are mainly released from the mining activities, that is the industrial emissions or dumping of the industrial wastes, as well as the coal-based thermal power stations which are releasing the fly ash and the other pollutants, uh, and other roadside activities which are going on, construction activities which are going on. These are also providing or contributing towards the particulate matter increase into the ambient atmosphere. So it has been observed that during the lockdown period, when shutdown of the industrial activities, mining activities, or shutdown of the thermal power stations, coal-based thermal power stations have been going on, it have improved the ecological restorations activities which are going on and improved the air quality also in this particular region. Now, another aspect related to another perspective related to the SARS-CoV-2 with the environment is water pollution. We know that the water pollution is a major issue in our country, and most of the water resources are highly polluted. Either they have biomagnified, that is amplification of hazardous compounds in them, as well as the eutrophication also due to excess presence of nitrates and phosphates in them. And these eutrophicated and biomagnified water resources in our country are paving way for water crisis in the nation, because the water demand have been raised more than 1300 cubic meter per person per year. So we have to again provide fresh water to the this growing population. That is a big challenge in front of us. Although the plenty of water is available, such as the in present context, we are seeing that the flood situations are going on. So these flood situations are going on and plenty of water is running, but there is no fresh water. Similar is the conditions that during the other portions of the year also, that is the ample amount of water is there, but no fresh water is there. Less than 0.1% of the fresh water is available to us as a utilizable potable water, which we can utilize for our different activities, domestic requirements. Whereas that 0.1% of fresh water which is available, out of this, more than 47% of the fresh water is alone fulfilled by the river Ganges. Although this river Ganges, over here the pictures to view of river Ganges at the Har Ki Pauri have been shown in Haridwar, and this river Ganges is providing around 47% of the fresh water availability for domestic utilization in our country, although it passes through the 8 states, but its tributaries are distributing its water to the other portions of the country also. So this water is throughout the year have a very high BOD level. The BOD level, which is according to the CPCB, should be less than 2. It is around 5 throughout the year in the river Ganges. And despite of the various efforts done by the government authorities, we are not able to improve the quality of the water of the river Ganges. It covers around 2,525 kilometer stretch from Himalayas to the Bay of Bengal. And throughout its stretch, the domestic sewage dumping, the industrial effluents dumping is continuously going on into this river as the major cities are residing on its banks, and all those are contributing their industrial emissions and domestic sewage disposals into this river. And the ecosystem is badly abrupted for this river in the past few decades. Although Mr. Rajiv Gandhi initiated the first project related to cleaning of the water resources, that was the Ganga Action Plan GAP1 phase 1 in 1986. That was having a budget of around rupee 1000 crore. And later on, but that was a failure. The BOD continuously increases and the E. coli concentration also continuously increases. So that was not fit for drinking purpose even at Haridwar region. That is where no industrial emissions are coming into the river, but due to the domestic sewage disposals, the E. coli concentrations remains as high as 300 MPN numbers in this particular region. Whereas if you will go to the plain regions such as in the Banaras or Kanpur, the MPN number of E. coli as well as the BOD is as very dangerous level, so that that water cannot be utilizable for the domestic potable purpose. So that action was a failure and it continuously increases. Later on, the current Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji also launched a project that is known as the Namami Gange, having 20,000 crore rupees project budget. But in the past 6 years of the Namami Gange, the scientists have not seen the improved water quality of the river Ganges as they have observed during these past 2 months. They have observed that the 80% CPCB observed Central Pollution Control Board observation sites were found suitable for the domestic purpose as well as for developing the ecosystems also. That is rejuvenating the wildlife, rejuvenating the biodiversity, aquatic biodiversity inside this perennial river. So further, some research have also observed that, such as by the Uttarakhand Pollution Control Board, they have tested water from the Har Ki Pauri in Haridwar, and they found that it is fit for drinking after the prior chlorination or doing it. Okay. For the first time in the past 4 5 decades, they have observed this cleaning of the water in this region. Further, the studies have been conducted by the CPCB in Kanpur region also, and they observed that the tannery industry, which is a main cause of river Ganges pollution from the Kanpur area, Agra to Kanpur region, so that have also shut down due to this pandemic, and the quality of the water have been improved by more than 80% in that particular region of the river Ganges. That is the middle portion of the river Ganges. Further, not only in the river Ganges, but the other aquifers are also observed that they have got cleaned up in this pandemic event, such as the various species which have become endangered and at the verge of extinction, such as the Gangetic dolphin. It have been observed in the river Ganges in the Kolkata region by the people. They said that this fish never observed in this particular region in the past 2 3 decades due to the high concentration of the water pollutants into the water bodies, and it eventually moves towards the other surfaces. Similarly, the presence of flamingos in the Mumbai, that is the high arrival of the flamingo birds in the Mumbai region in the coastal wetlands, that is also an indicator of the fresh availability of water due to lockdown of the industrial estates in that particular region. In Mumbai, if anybody have observed the Powai Lake near IIT Bombay, that lake is highly eutrophicated and biomagnified due to disposal of various kinds of effluents from the domestic sector as well as the industrial sector. It have badly affected the ecology of that Powai Lake in Mumbai. But what is going on that nowadays, due to the less disposals by the industrial emissions as well as the less movements of the peoples have invited the nature, invited the aquatic ecosystems to again rejuvenate, restore themselves again. That not only in our country, but in the other nations also, some agencies are claiming that the water pollution have been reduced to a very critical level. European Space Agency's Copernicus Sentinel have observed the satellitic images of the Venice area in Italy. And they have observed that on 13th April 2020, the water was very much clear as compared to the image captured on 19th April 2019. As most of the causes or the root cause for pollution of this water in the Venice is the transportation activities. Over here we can see all the ships, boats, etc. have came to halt due to the lockdown in the that particular region, and this have reduced the turbidity into the waters of this Venice canals, etc., and the other aquifers adjoining to the Italy city. And it have been also observed that the water have again restored its ecosystems, again restores its food chains, food webs in this particular time period of 2 months in the Italy. So in different nations, we have control of the different types of pollution. So the nature is reviving itself due to this lockdown periods. But another challenge, another environmental perspective, which is coming in front of us during this lockdown period is the biomedical waste. This biomedical waste, although we know that at the global level, solid waste have become a manic at large because of the high consumerism due to the unprecedented developmental activities at the global level. We have created the humps of solid waste in the vicinity of major cities at the global level. In India also, we are suffering from the solid waste problems and struggling with it at the large scale. And in most of the urban areas, these solid wastes are not properly treated, and these are also creating further problems related to the pathogenic attacks or the, any kind inviting different types of epidemics, as well as also causing the air pollution and water pollution when these are dumped into the aquatic systems or when these are openly burnt up in the solid waste management plants. So this solid waste is a major issue. But what happened that during the lockdown period, the biomedical waste, which is also treated as a hazardous waste, because biomedical waste is now no more considered in the solid waste through the municipal corporations, but it should be separately treated, and the separate guidelines have been issued through the biomedical waste management rules, which were framed in 2016. And further, these biomedical waste management rules have been reframed by the Central Pollution Control Board last month on June 10th to combat the problems related to the biomedical waste generated by the hospitals, by the testing laboratories, or by the quarantine centers amid SARS-CoV. So when we have observed that more than 7 million people have suddenly initiated that the people who were affected by this pandemic, so more than this population is suddenly starting wearing one or a couple of masks daily because the reusable masks are not available rather than the use and throw masks were available initially. So the single use gloves and the hand sanitizers, all these things which are non-biodegradable in nature. So we cannot, you can say, recycle them. We cannot compost them. Rather, we have to just only one option, that is this, we have to do incineration of these things. The amount of stress created is going to be substantial. The contrary impacts of such medical wastes are far-reaching, you know that, because dumping of these wastes, that is from the mask to the gloves, etc., or the sanitizers, these are causing a panic in the terms of environmental concerns. When these are remain discarded in the animals' natural habitats, these will be either consumed by the organisms such as over here. It have been observed that along with the seashores and within the seas also, a large amount of these non-biodegradable materials which are generated by this SARS-CoV-2 disease are present, and these are causing threat to the aquatic life, as well as when these are dumped over the terrestrial areas. So these will also further invite at a large scale the different types of pathogenic organisms, such as the different kinds of viruses, bacteria, or the fungus, etc., and which will eventually lead to create of another epidemic at that local level. Henceforth, these biomedical waste have created a further problem for the environmentalists to combat this impact. Now, the concerns over biomedical waste generated through this novel coronavirus disease, the patients, sanitization workers who handle this waste, extra care are to be taken by the isolation ward staff who are stressed by the revised guidelines, which are provided by the CPCB on June 10th. On June 10th, the CPCB issued separate guidelines to how to tackle the COVID-19 wastes from the testing laboratories or from the hospitals or from the quarantine centers. The two main solutions which are needed to do with the biomedical waste generated by this COVID-19 is the collection. Proper collection should be ensured from the hospitals or from the labs, etc. And then handling it should also be ensured. That is, the double layered bags should be utilized to handle them. And further, the transportation, that is the safe transportation of these solid waste to the waste management plant. And then in the waste management plant, how can we handle this biomedical waste? That is, the two modes can be adopted. First one is the incineration, because we know that the most of the biomedical waste which is generated over here, that is the non-biodegradable in nature. Or we can see that most of the waste which is generated from the COVID-19 wards is either the yellow ones or the red one categories, because the red one categories the more hazardous, and the less hazardous wastes such as the used masks, head covers, shoe cover, etc., or disposable gloves, etc., and the used syringes, PPE kits, etc. All these are utilized over here. So all these red and the yellow category waste should be incinerated at a temperature of around 1400 degrees Celsius. So in the incineration process, these should be, although causing impacts in the form of air pollution, increase in the air pollution, ambient air quality will be got deteriorated, but although it will not cause any kind of other danger to the peoples, that is becomes need of the hour to do the incineration of this. Further, the second thing is the deep pits burial. Some biodegradable waste anyhow is generated from these treating centers or from hospitals, testing laboratories, that can be deeply buried into the soils, because the biodegradable material will eventually convert it into the compost, and the virus will, it have been observed that it will not survive more in the deep soils if it will not get any human tissues over there. So these two approaches can be adopted, and these have been issued, the guidelines have been issued by the Central Pollution Control Board of India to the various organizations which are handling this kind of biomedical waste, and to the urban local bodies also. Further, we can see that the dumping corona waste is becomes need of the hour, and to aware the people also, because the common man is not observing the guidelines, and he will eventually dump the this solid waste generated by this SARS-CoV-2 centers into the open areas. He will treat it simply like a domestic waste, which you dump into the municipal waste bins. But this is not the case. So the authorities, although are making awareness through the mobile vans or through the posters, etc., at the community level, so that we must dump the solid wastes generated by this corona-related disaster to the proper places through the biomedical waste dustbins. Now, among all these challenges which we have discussed, among all these perspectives and concerns which we have discussed related to the air pollution, related to water, or related to the solid waste management, the main thing is how can we take it sustainably. Mean this is a very short term period. That is, in this short term period, if the air quality have been improved, if the water quality have been improved, then we should not celebrate it. Rather, we have to make approaches, sustainable approaches, so that we should maintain it at a longer period. We should maintain it through the decades, so that our more we can cope up with these disastrous activities in a sustained manner in future also. So presently the unsustainable development with slow variables over here we can see that is having the societal impacts, environmental impacts, that is related to biodiversity loss, to the ecosystem degradation, climate change, the land use changes we have observed, and it is also having the economic impacts also, such as increase in the poverty levels. Although we are saying that we have done the economic development at a lot, but at the global level, if you will consider, then the poverty is continuously increasing, it is continuously spreading. And the impact on the industry and agriculture sector is also very disastrous due to this unsustainable approaches in the developmental activities. As well as the another impact that is the, we are saying the natural disasters such as the flood, etc. Or over here in Uttarakhand, I have observed the Kedarnath tragedy in 2013. That is not treated as the natural disasters, but they are the human-induced disasters which we have created due to our unsustainable approaches of doing illegal activities such as the mining activities, such as the urbanization, expansion of the urbanization activities without prior approval of the authorities, or without concerning the environmental factors of that particular region. So these have created these disaster sets. But what is going on that the SDGs, that is the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals have been put forth at the global level by the United Nations. And these 17 goals, which are including the safe water, safe air resources, or other natural resources rejuvenations, or maintaining the equity at each level, that is whether it is the gender equity or whether that is the you can say economic equity, that should be shared at the global level. So out of these 17 SDGs, what we are doing on, and most of the nations are saying that we are working upon these sustainable development goals, 17 sustainable development goals for the future strategies. But in between, we have developed the various types of crises also, such as one such crisis can be named as the COVID-19. This disastrous, unprecedented pandemic attack have make us that we are not moving towards the SDGs. Rather, we are moving towards the unsustainable approaches. So these crises are reminding us that we have to move towards the sustainable approaches. We have to do the developmental activities in harmonious with the nature, in having affection with the nature, and in maintaining the ecological balance, as well as by considering the carrying capacity of any resource. We have to do the developmental activities. So the long-term widespread actions are needed to be acted upon to combat these problems. Now, out of this crisis, these disastrous activities, such as this pandemic have been took place, and the all the kinds of the activities which are going on towards this direction over here after the SDGs came, it have been declined during the unsustainable era, and when the nations in the past 1 decade they are moving and thinking about the sustainability, the concept given by the Lady Brundtland, but until the different types of these crises will again hamper it and bring it downwards at a very low level. So from this, there are three alternate regimens which have been erased so that we can move towards all these three ones. So where the world will go, we have to decide according to our choices. The first alternative states that we change the behavior. We use this crisis to imagine and act for better future. How this, we have to think critically that how these disasters are going on, how the anthropogenic activities are responsible for it, and we have to combat those anthropogenic activities and take the sustainable approaches. So that is with the alternative one, that is the regime one, which is going on, and we can make our future better. We can make a better planning to keep out of this disastrous things, and again moving towards the sustainable development goals implementation. Another second regimen will go said that the we act as we did before, that usually presently we will do like this. Once this COVID-19 act will this impact will go on, and again we will do not learn anything from this. So that will be the another alternative, and we will wait for the another disaster to take place in the next few years, because in after 2000 this past 2 decades we have observed three four these disastrous things which have took place, from tsunami to the COVID-19. Okay. The another third alternative is we do even more worse, because presently due to the COVID-19 the economic growth have been hampered a lot, and the people are in the sustainable developmental goals. The three aspects have to be run parallelly, that is the social aspect, economic aspect, and the environmental aspects. So rather than considering the societal or the environmental aspects, we will only consider the economic aspect, and to improve the economy the different nations will need to restart the economy without considering the natural foundations, and we will further invite another crisis to take place at the large extent, more higher extent than the COVID-19 also. So these three aspects are provided to us. Although the current status of environment quality may be temporary, but it is a good opportunity for us to learn from it and to change our behaviors in developmental activities, to change our approaches for the developmental activities, so that we can minimize the anthropogenic impacts over the natural environment, and to combat the pollutants on a long-term basis rather than the short-term benefits which we are observing. So some of the lessons which we have learned through these crises of the COVID-19 SARS-CoV-2 are the reforms in transportation sector firstly, because the transportation sector is around 25% responsible for causing the air pollution manic at the global level. Further, the e-governance, second main thing is e-governance for the corporate sectors, because the corporate sectors e-governance will eventually lead to less mobility of the people and less mortality of the people also, because the road accidents are also claiming a large amount of mortalities, claiming large amount of lives in a year as compared to the other problems. So e-governance will also help in reducing the consumption of the fossil fuels, as well as reducing the transportation activities and other resource consumptions, as well as it will also help in combating the other problems. Further, promoting the teleworking concepts, that is work from home, a common concept which have been raised during this pandemic. We must learn that if the work can be goes on in most of the corporate sectors from tele mode, then why we have to move from one place to the another place? That is a major issue. So another is industrial emissions must be controlled. We know that the presently industrial emissions have been blocked due to shutdown of the industries, but shutting down of the industries is not a permanent solution. What we have to do is to control the industrial emissions through the CETPs, community-based ETPs in the clusters of the industries, big clusters of the industries. So these clusters can uh, convert their grey water of the industrial emissions into the at least fresh water for utilization in the irrigation sector or the other sectors. Further, the aligning the policy in line with the sustainable development goals. That is, the UN have given us the 17 SDGs, sustainable development goals. So we have to align our further development policies in line with those SDGs, so that we should not invite any further crises such as the genosis crisis which have took place like this one, or any other disastrous act. Further, another major lesson which we can learn from this is to increase the resilience of socio-ecological systems. We have to increase the resilience or the reconciliation of the social, which is mainly comprising the human beings, and the ecological systems, that is comprising of the other all other factors, biotic as well as diabiotic factors. So So these things are needed to be observed during our developmental activities. So the technocrats which are presently we are producing, they must learn about all these aspects. They must adopt these approaches during the developmental activities so that we can move towards a more sustainable future as compared to present. So with these words, I am thanking again to the organizers of this RACTAM and the JIET management, as well as special thanks extended to Dr. Arvind and his team who has provided me an opportunity to share over here in this session. Thanks very much. And now please then if anybody, any scholar have any kind of query, and then can answer your questions.
Any query, any question from audience?
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. This is Ashish from Civil Engineering Department, Jaipur. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes, Ashish, sir.
Hello, yeah, please ask.
Yes, sir.
Hello, please ask.
Good for
Hello, please ask what you want to ask. Hello.
Uh, for environment, the meaning of lockdown is nothing but the no load condition. Okay. But sir, there is any probabilistic approach is available for future change? Means when we will enter in a full lockdown condition, then how much time environment will take to lose everything we have during the lockdown condition?
Although we have observed in this slide that in the first one, in the Delhi NCR region, that is the hotspot of the pollution at the global level. And we see that when we have initiated the first lockdown in May, then again the conditions remain same.
I think connection is lost.
Okay, so should we start now?
No, just a minute. Just a minute.
Okay.
Mickey Boyle, ma'am, kindly off your camera. I think sir has lost the
Network has
connection.
lost, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay. Kiran ma'am, we should proceed for the next presentation.
Just a minute. We wait for 1 minute. Otherwise, we will start.
Okay.
Will you join on?
Okay.
Vinay Shukla. Vinay Shukla, kindly off your camera. Vinay Shukla. Vinay Shukla, kindly off your camera.
Vinay sir, kindly off your camera, please. Vinay sir, kindly off your camera, please. Ma'am, we should proceed for the next presentation.
Okay. Start.
Okay. The paper ID RACCTM 202012. The author name Kriti Agnihotri and Siddharth Pandey. The title of the paper is Noise Quality Monitoring in Gorakhpur City. Kindly start presentation.
Okay. So the screen is visible or not? Hello. Is the screen visible?
Yes, visible.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Kriti Agnihotri. I am presenting on topic noise quality monitoring in Gorakhpur city. This study was conducted by two persons, me and Siddharth sir. So during the presentation, we both are presenting on this topic. So we are starting now. So the contents of presentation are introduction, then we discuss about the objective of our study. After that, we will check that what methodology we have adopted, and then we discuss some basic about the Gorakhpur city, and then what data we have concluded. Then we will check about the results and conclusions, and then measures of noise quality, and after that conclusion. So first we have the
वो मेरे
introduction.
पास नंबर नहीं है, मैं इसलिए भी एक्चुअली सबको लगा रही थी, बट ही इज नॉट इन ऑफिस. मैं अभी कांटेक्ट करती हूँ.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible, Kriti.
Okay, so should I continue now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
There are lots of noise in background.
Rahul sir. Rahul sir. अरे यार. Yes sir. Yes sir. Yes sir. हाँ, yes, ma'am. Can we start your presentation, please? Kriti Agnihotri, ma'am, please.
Okay. So the last few decades, we have checked that the traffic noise has become one of the major source of noise pollution. So the noise is defined as the unwanted sound pollution that produces undesirable psychological in an individual by interfering with fun social activities like work, rest, recreational, sleep, etc. The main reasons in the Gorakhpur city to be the grip of noise pollution are high traffic, fast livelihood, intolerance among people and public, disobeying noise acts, and some of the major we have defined that zones for that. So the objective of the study is to determine the level of noise among the distributed places in the month of the mid-April 2019. We have done it in 2019 only, to check whether any noise attenuation is required or not, and to evaluate the existing noise control measures, to suggest suitable noise attenuation measures to reduce the noise pollution, and to analyze the attenuation by the noise by providing the noise barriers. So the methodology adopted by us is we have selected some several sites. For that we have divided the whole city into three zones, that is silent zone, residential zone, and commercial zone. In silent zones we included the some silent places like campuses, colleges, religious places, hospitals, like Gorakhnath Temple, campus, Triple MUT campus, Medical College, AIMS of Gorakhpur. These are considered in silent zone. And secondly, we have the residential zone and commercial zone. So in a commercial zone, we have taken like market area, like accommodation area with heavy traffics in day and night, like Pundraghat, Mohapipur, Patlegan. These are the some places there we have taken in commercial zone. And similarly in residential zone, that where peoples are live, like buildings and flats are there, we have taken in residential zone. So for that we have taken the noise level meter. This is a precision noise level meter. And after that we have taken all the readings from there, and then we have compared that reading with the standard CPCB prescribed data, and we have checked whether it is under the prescribed limit or it is out of that. So first we have checked about the Gorakhpur city. It is located at 265 km east of capital Lucknow, one of the fast growing city in terms of infrastructure. It is situated in the bank of river Rapti and Rohini. The major area included Gorakhnath Temple, TDU campus, Triple MUT campus, Medical College, AIMS, Kundra Ghat, Gorakhpur, Gita Press and railway station. So after the taking reading, we have taken from day to night. We have divided our reading criteria from day to night, and total we have taken about 40 readings, and then we have calculated it with the L equivalent. For the daytime, we have taken from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and in night time from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And after calculating, we have taken one common reading for a day and one common for a night. And for that, we got these values, like in Gorakhnath temple 87.2 decibel for daytime, and in night time it is 83.1 decibel. These values are for silent zone only. Similarly, in DDU campus 89.0 in daytime and 81.0 in night time, and Triple MUT campus 86.2 in daytime and 80.1 decibel in night time. In medical college 87.3 decibel in daytime and 84.0 decibel in night time, and in AIMS 82.0 decibel in daytime and 83.8 decibel in night time. These all are not in prescribed limit, and in next slide I will show you the prescribed CPCB data. This is the prescribed CPCB data, and here it shows that for the daytime the silent zone must be 50 decibel, and for the night time the silent zone must be 45 decibel. Here we have making a comparative graph among the daytime and nighttime of the measured value with the CPCB standard data. And we have checked, and there is a lot difference between the CPCB data and the measured value.
which form the heart of the city. So if you see that the Golghar, which is the heart of the city, means all the markets are located in the Golghar. For example, we have the Hazratganj in the Lucknow. Similarly, we have the Golghar in the Gorakhpur. So it is obvious that we will have the lots of the noise in the day as well as in the night, because at the night there is also the movement of the trucks and the heavy trucks from Nepal to Gorakhpur, because Nepal lies in the place of the in the boundary of the Gorakhpur. Similarly, the Triple MUT is one of the prestigious college of the country, that Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. It is situated in the outskirts of the city, but still there is a lots of the noise. So means these areas form the heart of the city. There is a lots of the traffic and also the construction activities. So these form the main. These are the regions for the most noisiest places in the city. Next. So if we discuss about the causes, that one of the main cause is the construction of the AIMS. So many of you, all of you have heard that there is a construction of the AIMS Gorakhpur. Means there is a lots of 24 hours construction. I was in the Gorakhpur for the 4 years, but the pace of the construction was too high. That workers works from the day to night. There are lots of the generators working. So we can't imagine that there will be the less noise. And that was the same reason for the traffic congestion. Means it was just constructed beside the road. So if there is a construction of the wall, it is damn sure that there will be the traffic congestion, and which will create the traffic noise. If we discuss about urbanization, Gorakhpur is the most developing city of the Uttar Pradesh. So means it is famous with the word that Purvanchal of the India, Purvanchal of the UP. So means people migrate from one Gorakhpur in the search of the work. There are lots of construction of the highways. So these are the main reasons for the high noise levels. Next. Next slide. So if we discuss about that, how previous how
Siddharth
we are
Pandey,
how we
please mute your.
So if we discuss how to control the noise, that we can say that there should be no submergence of the silent zone with the other zones. Means if we discuss about the silent zone, which include the Gorakhnath temple and the colleges, and there will be no submergence, means there will be no traffic movements, or there should be no interference. That if a college is there, there should be strict rules and regulations that should maintain the ambient noise level up to mark. And one of the main way that we can say that suppression of the noise at the source, if the modern techniques, the silent generator will be used, then it will cause the less noise as compared to old generators and the machineries. And the walls, bridges and buses will be planted, then it will damn sure that it will be create the less noise. Next. Next slide. So if these are the two paper cuttings which I have taken from the December 8 and the December 2019, which shows that the Delhi, which is the which is mostly famous for the air pollution. So even the Delhi this study was for the Gorakhpur. Even the Delhi is facing the problem of the noise pollution. That lots of the 26 check stations has been planted, and the real monitoring is being done. So it means it is not a less critical problem. It is a very huge problem that we all have to suffer. We all are dealing with. So we need to control over this, and crores of the rupees has spent by the Delhi government to plant these 26 stations and to control the noise levels. Next. So in the conclusion, I would like to say even this was the study for the Gorakhpur, but there may be the cases for the other cities like the Kanpur and Kanpur, even the many cities of the Rajasthan also. But for example, if there is a construction of the metro, then there is also the traffic congestion. So it will create the noise level. So we mostly need to reduce the noise at the source, and avoid the traffic congestion, and use the modern techniques. Thank you.
Very good presentation, Kriti and Siddharth Pandey sir. Any questions from audience? Any questions from audience? I have one question. How did you measure the noise level for this study?
Ma'am, we have the sound precision sound level measuring meter. So we used to record the data for the interval of the 10 minutes for a particular reading. After that, we have divided the entire duration, and we find the L equivalent for that duration. For that, we have the formula that L equivalent is equal to 10 log summation I is equal to 1 to 10, 10 to the power ni into ni upon 10 into ti, where ti is a fraction of the time for which we have the recorded. So we have just taken the logarithmic average. We can say that how we calculate the L equivalent of the sound level. So we have, by this way we have done this study.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Next presentation for the paper ID 19. Authors are E. Sanjeeva Raidu and D. Anush. Title: Analysis of Groundwater Quality using WQI and GIS Mapping in the Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh, India.
Thank you, madam. Anush, now I request Anush, please share the PPT. Respected chairpersons of this session, delegates from various institutions, good afternoon to all, and I welcome you all my presentation, analysis of groundwater quality using WQA and GS mapping in the Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh, India. Water resources and management is a key area which needs focused attention for utilization water. Groundwater is the major source of drinking in both urban and rural areas. It accounts for nearly 8% of rural domestic and 50% urban needs. The quality of underground water has undergone a change to an extent due to various pollutants that the use of such water could be unfit for drinking purpose. GS is not just for specialists. Many of us use GS technology on a daily basis, even though we may not aware of it. To locate restaurant, simply go to online, type the restaurant and find it on location map. To make a map for a project, we go to the Google map, locate a reference map and superimpose our own content. To find the shortest route for driving, we use in-vehicle navigation system to obtain direction. All these activities involve the use of GIS technology and information technology that is also capable of handling and processing geospatial data. The present study is useful to know the quality of water in Kurnool district using GIS, which is helpful for decision making. Now, request D. Anush, you continue the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Anush, and I am studying BTech in Geopolarity Engineering College, Kurnool. Now, I would like to discuss about the paper. The contents of this paper are as follows. As we all know, water is an important factor to judge environmental changes, which are strongly associated with the social and economic developments. Groundwater resources are dynamic in nature and affected by such as factors as expansion of irrigation activities, industrialization, and urbanization. Hence, monitoring and conserving these important resources is essential. Among the fresh water of 2.5% of Earth's surface is which only 0.3% is in the liquid form. In this liquid form, 96% of fresh water is from the groundwater, and the rest is at the lakes, rivers, streams, and wetlands. Groundwater is a major source for fresh water among all the available sources and economical to use from the tube wells and bore wells. The main objectives of this study is to assess the water quality efficiently by using water quality index to check the water whether it is potable for drinking or not. Using the GIS map, we will be locating the different locations and problems related with that in a specified region. It also helps us in further assessing the treatment level of treatment required for the water for supplying for the public and industrial uses. Methodology. Uh, to find water quality index, we have few formulas in which every parameter out of 6 parameters is allotted a weight according to their relative significance in the overall water quality for purpose of drinking. A maximum number of 3 was allotted to the parameters such as TDS and fluorides due to their major importance in drinking water assessment. Rest of the parameters were allotted a value of weight in between 1 to 5 that depends on their importance in the overall water quality for the purpose of drinking. Relative weight is calculated for each sample parameters using arithmetic weighted index. The formula for relative weight is capital WI equals to WI by sigma WI, where capital WI equals to relative weight of all parameters, small wi equals to weight number of each parameter, sigma wi equals to summation of weight numbers for all parameters. Quality rating is calculated for each parameter allotted by the divisions of each sample of water by its respective standard in percentage. Quality rating is represented using QI. QI equals to CI by SI into 100, where CI is the concentration of each chemical characteristic in the water sample in milligram per liter. SI is the standard for each chemical characteristic in milligram per liter according to BAS code. Finally, the sub-index parameter is calculated on quality rating and relative weight to compute the water quality index. Quality rating equals to relative weight into quality rating. WKI is defined as a summation of subindex parameter of all the parameters, where WKI equals to summation of subindex parameter. In this way, we will be calculating water quality index. These are the values which we have assigned for different parameters for the calculation of water quality index. This table shows the classification of water quality index corresponding to their status in if the value of water quality index lies between 0 to 24, it is classified as heavily polluted water and it is not suitable for any purpose. In if the water quality is between 25 to 49, it is classified as poor and it can be used after special treatment. This treatment will be based on the pollutants which are present in the water. If the water quality value is between 50 to 74, it is characterized as fair water. It requires treatment like filtering and disinfection. If the water quality index value lies between 75 to 94, it is classified as good and it is acceptable, which means it requires no treatment and it can be used directly for consumption. If the water quality is in between 95 to 100, it is classified as excellent and it can be used for all the purposes. These are the few sample values of our study. These are represented. These are the sample values. This is the statistical summary of the study which we have carried out for a 126 number of villages. This slide shows the maximum, minimum, and average, and also the standard deviation values of different parameters which we have considered for the study. After conducting the study, we came to know that the different parameters have range has a different values and different effects for different regions. So coming to pH, as per BAS, the range of 6.5 to 8.5 is considered as good quality water. In our study, we have found that there is a large variation of pH values from 7.4 to 8.7. The minimum value was observed at Ahobilam, Bankacharla, and Ujivenmula villages, and the maximum values was observed at B. Agraharam village. Total dissolved solids. The concentration of dissolved solids in natural water is usually less than 500 mg per liter, while water without more than 500 mg per liter is undesirable for drinking and many industrial uses as per BAS standards. The minimum TDS of 294.40 milligram per liter was observed in Velugodu town, while the maximum total dissolved solids of 2937.60 was observed in Mudduru village. This was mainly due to the presence of cement grade limestone deposits in the nearby surroundings. Sulfates. Sulfates occur in natural water at a concentrations up to 50 milligram per liter. If 1000 milligram per liter may be found in water having contact with certain geographical formations. Rainwater has a quite high concentration of sulfate, particularly in areas with high atmospheric pollutions in humid regions. The observation of SO4 value in this study area ranges between 3 mg per liter to 169 mg per liter. The sulfates value of these samples were within the limits as per BAS standards. Nitrates. Nitrates and nitrites are usually occurring ions that are part of nitrogen cycle. Nitrates can reach both surface water and groundwater as a consequence of agriculture activities like excessive application of inorganic nitrogenous fertilizers and manures. From wastewater treatment and from oxidation of nitrogenous waste products in human and animal excreta, including septic tanks. In the present study, the values varies from 0.08 milligram per liter to 98.2 milligram per liter. The study reveals that nitrogen levels are maximum in Mitturu, Sirivella, and Kalobugga villages, and the minimum is most of the eastern parts of the Kurnool district. Chlorides. Chlorides are also occur in bedrock cementitious materials. Chlorides in groundwater originate from various sources, including the dissolution of halite and related minerals. Marine water entrapped in these sediments and anthropogenic sources. Chloride is a widely distributed element in all types of rocks in one or other form. In case of high temperature and reduced rainfall condition, the chloride concentration is found to be high. Soil porosity and permeability also shows a key role in building up chloride concentration. In this present study, we have found higher values of chloride of 1260 mg per liter in Pagidala village, and the lowest value of 40 milligram per liter is reported in Velugodu village. Total hardness. The total the study in the Kurnool district revealed that higher values of TDS are found in water which contain divalent dissolved polyvalent metallic ions from sedimentary rocks, seepage and runoff from soils. Calcium and magnesium are the principal ions which are presently in sedimentary rocks. The most common being limestone, which is largely found in many parts of Kurnool district, and a minor contribution to total hardness of water is also made by other polyvalent ions, such as shale and iron. In the present study of total hardness varies from 81.73 milligram per liter and 2239 milligram per liter. The highest value is observed in Siguru village and lower value is reported in Chilukera village. This is the map which is developed using GIS, which is representing the total number of villages which we have uh, conducted the study. Conclusion. By application of water quality index in the study has been found useful in assessing the overall quality of water and to get rid of judgment on water quality of water. The computer water quality index shows that 47.6% of water samples fall in good to excellent water category. On the other hand, 52.4% of water samples fall in the fair to poor category. The study benefits us to understand the quality of groundwater resources to improve proper management in the area. And these are the references. Thank you.
Very nice presentation, Anush and Raidu Sanjiva sir. Any question from audience? Any questions from audience? No. Thank you. Thank you, Raidu sir and Anush. Now I am going to invite Trupti and Chandrakant Bhag sir to present their presentation on study on hardness removal using Chara algal species. Paper ID 35.
Hello, ma'am. Kindly present your screen.
Trupti. Trupti ma'am, kindly, are you ready for the presentation? Yes. Now your screen is visible.
Ma'am, you are not audible. Kindly turn on your mic.
Uh, what happened? Is there any technical issue, Trupti ma'am? Hello? Is there an technical issue? The next author are ready. Mohammad Athar Mansoori. Ashish sir. Professor Ashish Jha.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, I
Ma'am, due
think
to
there is
technical problem,
technical problem.
yes, ma'am. We should
So
wait
start
for
the
five
next
minutes.
presentation. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. That's why we should at least we should wait for 10 minutes, at least 5 minutes.
Okay, okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Mohammad Athar sir, ready or not?
Yeah, yes. Hello,
Okay.
ma'am. Hello.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am. Just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
turning on the presenter mode.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
Trupti ma'am will present her presentation uh, after some time. Okay, after resolving his her technical issue. Now I would like to invite Mohammad Athar Mansoori sir, paper ID 45. The title of the paper is Impact Analysis of Climate Change on Water Resources, a case study of Portugal, Iran, China, and Vietnam.
Okay. Then I'm turning on the presenter mode.
Yeah, yeah, yes.
Uh, First of all, it's my request. Please let me know. Is it visible or not? Is it visible? Hello. Am I? Is my screen visible? Hello. Yes.
Mr.
Am I
Mansoori,
visible?
sir, okay. Yes,
Is
sir.
my screen
Kindly
visible?
proceed.
Okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
First of all, very good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for providing me with the platform to speak. I'm currently working as assistant professor in Department of Architecture and Planning in Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology, Bhopal. My topic of paper is impact analysis of climate change on water resources, a case study of Iran and Vietnam. And in this presentation, I'll be covering up with the contents. I'll be starting up with general definitions, and I'll be further proceed towards the climate change causes. After which, I'll be talking about climate change effects on water resources, and after that, there'll be a case study of Iran and Vietnam, and after that, there'll be conclusion. So first of all, let us understand about the topic what we are talking about, and we are dealing with climate here. And climate, if we say what is a climate, then climate is actually constitutes of five major spheres, we can say. पांच अलग अलग spheres मिलके हमारा एक पूरा climate system बनाते हैं. And in like bookish language, we can say that climate is weather, or weather averaged or an extended period of time. Any weather which lasts more than 10 years in bookish language is called as the climate. For example, in Himalayan region, we call there is a climate, cold climate usually there, and similarly in Siberia, in USA. And whereas if we call the climate of Rajasthan, or let's say in Middle East, it's a hot and dry climate. And in our coastal region, we say that it's a tropical, or somewhere it's subtropical climate. And what made these things as a climate? So we'll try to talk about this. And there are different spheres: atmosphere, hydrosphere, cryosphere, lithosphere, and biosphere, and which all together complete our system as climate system. And let's just go through with the quick definition of it. Atmosphere, it is generally all the kind of gases, and the non-solid particles, or let's say non-liquid particles, whatever it is, which is present in air usually, it is called under the atmosphere. Hydrosphere, this is the part which we'll be dealing up with. And the hydrosphere is actually all kind of water body, whether it is present on the surface, or let's say below surface, let's say it is flowing, or let's say stilt. These all comes under the hydrosphere. I'm so sorry. And hydrosphere is actually the component of the climate system, comprising a liquid surface and subterranean water, such as ocean, sea, river, lake, and all the underground water. Cryosphere is actually that sphere which is beneath the earth and ocean, where water is in solid form, including sea, ice lake, river ice, and snow cover. Generally, it is a solid form of the water, and frozen part actually. Lithosphere is actually solid earth, which having all kind of rocks, or let's say soils, which deals with all the above ground strata. And biosphere is actually the life of it. If we say these all are materials, so biosphere is actually the life in which all the organic matter, or let's say all kind of animal organism, dead or live, they all together stay and complete various climate and environmental cycles. And as we are talking about the water resources, and we'll be discussing the water resources impact, so we'll need to understand about the hydrosphere actually, because it is the reason why hydrosphere is actually necessary. Because without understanding this, we'll not be able to understand what changes are going to be done, or let's say going to happen in various let's say stages. So the hydrosphere is actually total amount of water present on the planet. And I mean, with the term I mean planet, it means everywhere, like below or above surface. Somewhere it covers below surface also, although we have a different classification for it. The hydrosphere is all actually the very good thing to understand, that it is an infinite process. Day by day, some amount of water gets evaporated. Actually, maximum amount of water gets evaporated. It gets condensed at some part of earth, and some part of earth will receive the rain, and some part will experience the runoff phenomena. And it's actually a kind of a system that we see nowadays, and it's been happening since the start of the earth, since the start of the life. And I'll make it more quicker now. Climate change, we'll talk about climate change now. Actually, it describes as the weather change condition and in a very clear-cut manner. Climate change is actually something which indicates the disruption in the average climate, or let's say average climate phenomena. For example, let's say 20,000 years ago from now, United States was not as we see now. It was covered with some mountain glaciers, which was covered with ice. And now we see United States, it has average sun temperature higher than it has sun temperature average than more than the average earth temperature, and they have warmer climate also, and fewer glaciers except Alaska and Nebraska state. And when we talk about global climate change, we talk about the whole system altogether. And remember, we talked about various spheres. So so in terms of global climate change, we have to keep that thing in mind, that all those things would be there, and all those spheres would be there too in entire Earth. So it includes the warming temperature, change in precipitation of water, as well as effect on Earth's warming. That is the main thing, and and after which some after effects rises up, such as rising in sea level, which is very huge thing, and we need to understand it now. After which shrinking of mountain glaciers, yes, we are experiencing it nowadays. We are getting report from meteorological organization of world that millions of tons of ice have been reduced day by day, and it is a phenomena which is impacting rising of sea level, and ice melting at a faster rate than usual in Greenland. Greenland is a country, and which is in the northern part of America, and Atlantic and Arctic areas. Change in flower and plant blooming times. Now, this thing, I think people who are having the age of, let's say, 60 or 70 now, currently they'll able to understand that in their times, what were the environmental condition and atmospheric conditions. And it is a very basic phenomena, and I guess it is one of the most basic examples we can find nowadays, that flower blooming and plant blooming. It was very quick back then. Nowadays, due to the rise in temperature, it has been affected very badly, and Earth's climate has been constantly changing, even before human came into the picture. So it's not like that climate change was not there before humans. It was there, but it was constant now. And however, we started our industrial process, let's say, past 200 years ago, and it actually uh, worked as a catalyst in the in the process of climate change, and it has risen up the temperature actually quickly. So the first phenomena, which is majorly responsible for starting up with this whole global climate change chain, and that is the greenhouse effect. And we all aware about that. The greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and let's say somewhere it is chlorofluorocarbon. Actually, these all are the compounds of carbon, and we all know that if how harmful they are for the atmosphere. So in a clear picture, we can see that. Uh, and let's take the example of Delhi. I've not written it here, but I would like to quote it. Whomsoever have lived in Delhi, and whomsoever lived in Greater Noida, it's not very far away. It's like just 30-40 kilometers from the boundary, and they actually would have experienced the temperature difference, what was there in Delhi and what was there in Greater Noida. So, and such things actually impacted the local climate. And in the greenhouse effect, sunlight passes through the atmosphere and warms the Earth's surface. Some of the solar radiation is reflected by the Earth and the atmosphere. Greenhouse effect gases now came into the picture. Depletion of the ozone layer. Actually, they don't allow the gases to pass. So the internal temperature curve start to increase like a blanket, and the more greenhouse gases will emit, the atmospheric temperature would actually radiate into the space and trap within the Earth's atmosphere, causing the mean temperature, Earth's mean temperature, to rise. And this is thing which is mainly responsible. And now why we need to understand the global climate change along with the carbon cycle, that is very essential. That amount of carbon we release a year, it is actually responsible for initiating the various greenhouse effect gases, and those greenhouse gases will actually start the Earth's heating up phenomena. So these are just the some some uh, some data I quoted from IPCC 2007, the report IPCC 2007, uh, which was actually a good report. Then if we'll study, it affects on various uh, processes such as CO2. CO2 combustion actually impacts the various natural phenomena such as photosynthesis, plant respiration, animal respiration, and dissipation of CO2 in atmosphere, and fossil fuel actually, which further impacts on the fossil fuel. That's why it is in dash. Now let's take a quick check on the temperature. Now we are in 2020, and we can't be more agreeing upon the fact that our local temperature is more than 30 degrees centigrades, and it is a matter of concern that if people who are architects here, or who are, let's say, building experts here, those who would understand that we take 26 degrees centigrade as the average temperature of inside, and let's see what temperature we get outside, around 35 or 36 degree, according to the graph, which is likely to get increased by 43%, 43 degrees centigrade by the 2030. And just the projection of 2030. Along with this, we should not forget that 26.9 billion metric tons of CO2 were emitted in 2004, and it's a very huge thing. Metric ton is a very huge thing, which is projected to be almost, let's say, 80% more of the 2004, which is 42.9 metric tons. So on an average 43 metric tons, and we are living in a literally carbon jungle. So how we are related with this? First of all, if you will see the image, we'll first see that human activities. There are two types of climate. Before this, I should explain actually. One is the local climate, or let's say in local climate, if we bifurcate into two parts, one is the microclimate and one is the macroclimate. Microclimate is something which means that what your particular area, let's say for example 1 hectare of the area, would have a kind of microclimate, and as compared to which the rest of the city will have a different climate. So the climate of that particular small area would be microclimate, and the city's climate would be the macroclimate. So effects of climate change on water resources, the first thing that we should understand. And human activities initiate various disbalances in the local climate, that is microclimate, and altogether that microclimate uh, adds up and comes up as the macroclimate change, and that macroclimate change will actually contribute to the global climate change, which will impact the water resource system, which that we'll see about that water resource system later on. And that, and if, as we talked about those 5 elements earlier, if we disturb any of those, and uh, we are will get some disbalance in the whole ecological system, and that disturbance of the whole ecological system will impact our human activities also. Nowadays we are living with the mask and sanitizer and all, but for those people who's for example, let's say Tokyo, let's say Kolkata, which is one of the most polluted cities of the world, where AQI is very, very, very much high, and such data, if we'll see the climate department's data, we'll understand that how unbearable is breathing in such spaces. So we should understand that we should not contribute in the disruption of microclimate. So it will come back to it. It's like karma. And yes, the the second most important thing after the air is the water. And we see that we have plenty of water available on earth, but still we don't have water for drinking, or let's say potable water. Why? Because the oxygen level of water is not adequate. So, and the direct effect of the climate change is on water resources such as evaporation, runoff, soil humidity, and so on. Like, how much water we can store now? Earlier, there were times where I've seen in books. Of course, I haven't seen those times where all the lakes and ponds were actually filled for most of the years. But I've heard from the many scholars that there were the times when people did not needed the underground water for their use. Now we need that. Why? Because oxygen water level is so down, so that we needed the external water resources, that is the underground. I'm sorry if I'm taking much time. I'll be quicking it up. We'll be starting up with the various changes that arises in water resources due to the climate change, and that is the temperature difference and the soil moisture, runoff, not adequate amount of water is stored, and maximum amount of water gets run off and gets contaminated, and it will remain no longer for the use. Groundwater table is getting decreased because of the rise of the temperatures, and flood and droughts. We recently seeing a case of Assam and some parts of West Bengal, that that some amount of rain can cause the floods and droughts. Precipitation, transpiration, water quality, aquatic ecosystem. That thing which is very neglected right now, because we need to understand about the ecosystem also. And second, lastly, the water demand. Our water demand is also increasing, but water availability is not adequate. And lastly, the sea level rise, which is a matter of concern. Now I'll be taking the case study of Iran. As we all know that it is a part of a Mediterranean country, and mostly the climate is not as we see in our country. It is mostly semi-arid country, where temperature actually rises more than 35 degrees annually, and we have estimated that countries to be have 2000 meter cube per capita per year of freshwater availability, which is needed. So the country has done the SWAT system, has conducted the SWAT system, which we'll study in later slides.
Athar sir,
Yes, ma'am.
kindly complete your presentation within time limit.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay. So let me take it very quick that the Isfahan area that you are seeing in the western part, central west part of the country, we are seeing that where they have decline of annual rainfall due to the temperature difference and due to the climate change. So I'll be taking it up very, very quick. Climate change is actually expected to have different impacts on rainfall and temperature patterns across the region. So the one thing that we see that in Iran, we don't have adequate even rain throughout the year. Somewhere it is good on the northern belt, and somewhere it is very bad on the western belt. So it is very bad to see. So the drought conditions are very likely to appear such places. And Isfahan, if people are not aware of, it is a kind of valley which is which is responsible for being a contributor in ecosystem in Iran. And as per the I talked about, there is a hydrological simulator SWOT. It is a setup, or let's say it is a experiment the geologists and the geographers do on a particular land to uh, to simulate the climate conditions for future. And the climate department से जो मौसम विभाग होते हैं उस कंट्री के, they uses it. तो उसका एक डेटा है, I got the data. And they turned up with the three phases of Iran. The last time when they did that, there was a regressive phase where temperature was very high. और उस टाइम पे जो वाटर डेटा था, वो जो वाटर टेबल था, वो काफ़ी नीचे चला गया था along with the sea level. So in the regressive phase, they had 25.5 meters below the what sea level drop. And then transgressive phase, they got more vulnerable after which, and they stabilized a bit after 1980. And they were on the level of 26 meters. And which after which I can conclude with the Iran is climate change is expected to make worsen current pressures on water resources resulting from including urbanization, population growth, and economic factors and land use changes. On regional scale, mountain snowpacks, glaciers, and small ice play a crucial role in the freshwater availability, and runoff projected with the high confidence is increased and is likely to be increased to 40% by mid-century, that is 2050, at a higher latitudes in some with tropical areas, there, and including the populous areas also of east and southeast areas. Due to the increase in rainfall and lower rates of evapotranspiration, it is also projected that the decrease of dry regions somewhere, but still the water can't be used by 10 to 30% in mid latitudes and the dry tropics due to the decrease in rainfall and higher rates of evapotranspiration. And lastly, there is also a high confidence that the projection that may semi-arid in many semi-arid areas will suffer a reduction in water resources due to the climate change, drought-affected areas, and which are projected to get increased in the extent. And potentially, it will get the adverse impact in the multiple sectors such as agriculture, water supply, energy production, and health. Regionally, the large increase in the irrigation water demand is projected as the result of climate change. So, ma'am, here I am concluding my remark. Actually, I was having a more lengthier presentation, but I am afraid that I am running out of time, and I should respect the given time too. So, I'm ready for the questions for the presentation I have given by far.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Atham sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Anyone? Questions? Questions from the audience?
Excuse me, ma'am. Actually, I would like to conclude one last thing. Why we are studying this, that particular intent is to be clear to us, because हमको ईरान या वियतनाम या कोई भी कंट्री के डेटा से ये सीखना चाहिए कि in our country, many Iran and Vietnam can be accommodated. Our country is so huge and so big and so diverse in terms of geographical and climate condition. So we can take one of the case studies of Iran and we can take the examples of it and try to apply it in the some parts of Rajasthan. And what Vietnam would tell us, we can contribute it in Odisha, or let's say some part of tropical part of Tamil Nadu, or let's say West Bengal. That would help us. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. It was great presentation, sir. Thank you so much. Any
Hello.
question from audience?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm
Any
Priyanka. Yes, am I
Hi.
audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please, yeah, sir, I'm addressing to Arthur, sir. Can you please maybe put a light on something that we do have water crisis due to global climatic changes and all, but we do have COVID-19 situation after which healthy water supply or safe water supply is also a big thing. So where we are talking about water scarcity, safe water supply is also a concern. So how do you think your research would help?
Uh, Thank you, ma'am, for the question. It's a very good one. As far as I believe that when we talk about the current scenario, which is a pandemic, and it is a very scary in terms of utilization of water, I'm afraid that my study is not covering that part. But however, I should answer your question that in this crisis, I think our research, or let's say our R&D part, should be more focusing upon the reuse of water and recycle of water, whatever we are getting. And I haven't quoted the various data of Iran, but yes, we can get various parts of various portion of India also. CSE, Center for Science and Environment, National Institute of Urban Affairs, and Terry are doing the great job in reutilization of water and recycling of it. I think that would be a very resourceful for you if you will try to read them. I hope that answers your question, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Trupti Sadare and Chandrakant Wagh sir for presentation their paper titled Study on Hardness Removing Using Chara Algal Spaces, ID number 35.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Trupti, you
ma'am.
are audible.
Can you see my presentation?
No, your screen is not presented.
Yeah.
Share your screen.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Suki Sajay, and I am from Tech Environmental Engineering, Walton College of Engineering, Sangli. The topic of my presentation is study on hardness removal from water by using Cara algal species. These are the contents of my presentation. Now I'll start with the introduction. Hardness in water is formed due to multivalent cations with major contribution of calcium and magnesium, and anions such as carbonates, bicarbonates, nitrates, sulfates, and chlorides. Hard water, when used for industrial purposes, causes scaling in the boilers, which cause economic loss through fouling of water heater and the pipes. Hard water, when consumed, it causes laxative effect on humans. And due to these reasons, hard water must be treated. One of the suitable methods of hard water softening is bioremediation by using plants and algae. Our study is based on using a microalgae named as Cara placida, as picture is given on the right side. The Cara placida grows in nutrient poor and still water bodies like plants, like ponds and lakes. And designing of a photobioreactor. The photobioreactor is a bioreactor that utilizes light source to cultivate phototrophic microorganisms. These are the objectives of my study. First is to design and develop a lab-scale photobioreactor for removal of hardness from water by using Cara species. Second objective is to evaluate the performance of photobioreactor with Chara algal species for removal of calcium and magnesium hardness in surface and groundwater by varying the dosage of Chara algal species and the HRT, that is the hydraulic retention time. Third is to identify the most suitable adsorption isotherm model. Now, my first objective, that is to design and develop a large-scale photobioreactor. The working mechanism, algal cells of Chara, they need inorganic carbon that is present in the water in form of carbonates and bicarbonates for carrying photosynthesis. When the carbonates and bicarbonates is consumed, hydroxyl group is released inside the water and the pH of water is increased to 10. And this increase in pH will inhibit the process of photosynthesis. Below is the reaction. Calcification that occurs is a byproduct of the process that lowers the water pH and lets Chara algae to carry on photosynthesis. That is calcium. It combines with bicarbonates and give a precipitate of calcium carbonate, and it will release organic matter and CSO and O2. This is the overall working mechanism of the Chara species that I'll be using. The methodology. Before that, this is the experimental setup. These are the 5 photobioreactors that are made of extra clear aquarium glass of 5 mm thickness, then having a dimensions of 20 centimeter, 30 centimeter, 7 centimeters. They are provided with air chargers, as you can see, for proper circulation of the Chara species inside the photobioreactor and for aeration. And they are provided with the air pump. Now the methodology. The methodology is divided in 3 parts. First is effects of initial concentration of hardness. In this first part, 5 photobioreactors were filled with 3 liters of water with hardness comprising of 200 milligrams per liter, 400 milligrams per liter, 600 milligrams per liter, 800 milligrams per liter, and 1000 milligrams liter respectively. Then, each PBR was induced with a constant initial inoculum size of algae at 8 grams per liter, and then the calcium and magnesium hardness inside the hard water was monitored daily by titration method. Second methodology, that is effect of initial inoculum size. Here, 4 photobioreactors were filled with hard water comprising of 500 milligrams per liter of hardness in all the 4 photobioreactors, and the initial inoculum size of algae were varied from 2 grams per liter, 4 grams per liter, 6 grams per liter, and 8 grams per liter, and was operated for a period of 9 days. The percentage removal of calcium and magnesium was calculated. The third study is adsorption isotherm study. The values obtained of calcium and magnesium hardness removal from the second methodology is put into the adsorption models like Hildebrand isotherm model, Fowler-Guggenheim isotherm model, Langmuir isotherm model, Thornley isotherm model, Dublin-Redishkovich isotherm model, Temkin isotherm model, Sluddy-Huggins Hill isotherm model, Halkiel isotherm model, Harkin-Jura isotherm model, Jovanovic isotherm model, Elovitz isotherm model, and Kessler isotherm model. The results of the first are as follows. For the effect of initial hardness concentration, as it can be seen, it was found that the maximum removal efficiency of calcium and magnesium is 80% and 40% for the samples of hardness 1000 mg per liter, and minimum removal efficiency was 19% for 400 mg per liter. The graph is increasing till the 3rd day, and further it kept on decreasing. It can be said that the HRT over here, HRT, that is hydraulic retention time, is kept for 3 days. Second, effect of initial inoculum size. As it can be seen from the graph, For 2 grams per liter of algae, percentage removal was maximum 40% for both calcium and 40% for magnesium uh, and calcium as well. Now, the inoculum size was maximum, that is 8 grams per liter. Calcium and magnesium removal was 80% from day 2 to day 6, and after day 6, the values kept constant. Here, we can say the HRT was for here the optimum HRT can be kept for 6 days. Adsorption study, that is the maximum removal, maximum values of correlation coefficient, that is R square, were maximum for Temkin's isotherm, Fronlich isotherm, Dublin-Radishkovich, and Jovanic isotherm. This table shows the correlation coefficients for calcium and magnesium. For Temkin, it was 0.929 for calcium, and magnesium is 0.988. For Fronlich isotherm, it was 0.726 and 0.478 for calcium and magnesium respectively. For Dublin-Radishkovich isotherm, 0.979 and 0.876, and for Jovanic isotherm, 0.93 and 0.45 respectively. We can say that Temkin's isotherm model suits the best for Cara placida. The Temkin isotherm model assumes that adsorb base and the adsorb bed interaction is considered where extreme large and low concentration values are ignored. As we can see that in the study of methodology second, the hardness was 500 mg per liter of hardness, which was in the middle. And Temkin's model, it also assumes that the energy of absorption is a function of coverage of surface coverage. And from the result, it is evident that higher the inoculum size, more are the sites for adsorption, and therefore higher is the calcium and magnesium removal efficiency. Therefore, Temkin's isotherm model suits the results obtained from the second methodology. These two are the graphs of Temkin isotherm model for calcium and magnesium, with R square as 0.929 and 0.988. Here, I can conclude that Cara placida is efficient in removing calcium and magnesium hardness. It is a sustainable method of hardness removal since Cara placida is locally available in ponds and lakes. Second, maximum removal efficiency is of around 80% for a hydraulic retention time of 6 days, when the hardness of water is 500 mg per liter. Third conclusion is Temkin's isotherm model suits best for the adsorption of calcium and magnesium by Cara placida. These are my references, and since it comes under the study in all the botany classes.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions from the audience? No? Okay. Thank you, Trupti, for
Thank
your
you so much,
nice
ma'am.
Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Sheetal Singh and Prakash Pankaj sir to present their paper on improved water quality of River Ganga during COVID-19 pandemic. Paper ID 7.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, all of you. Ma'am, please let me know whether my screen is presenting.
Yes, you are audible as well as your screen is presenting.
Okay. I'm Sheetal Singh, Assistant Professor in Civil Department, JIET, Jodhpur. So my topic is improved water quality of River Ganga during the COVID-19 pandemic. As of mid-April 2020, the disease caused by severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2 is affecting about 210 countries and territories around the world. Since people's movement and industrial activities are closed down for weeks, and it is expected that pollution loads to the environment also get decreased. Here we selected one of the severely polluted river in India to evaluate the impact of lockdown due to the COVID-19 spread on water quality. In India, lockdown was imposed on March 25. Ganga is the largest river in India. The river provides water to about 40% of India's population across 11 states, serving an estimated population of 500 million people, which is more than any other river in the world. The Ganga is threatened by severe pollution, polluted with human waste and industrial contaminants. It is estimated that every day almost 40 million liters of wastewater enters river and only 37% is being treated properly. According to CPCB, more than half of the wastewater treatment plants in the basin do not comply with the discharge norms. So today, the Ganga is considered to be the 6th most polluted river in the world. However, the Ganga turns cleaner at several places during the nationwide lockdown period that started on March 25. A comparative assessment. Here are the monitoring stations showing different on the mainstream of the Ganga. And a comparative assessment of pollution levels during the pre-lockdown and lockdown period was made through analysis of data generated from 36 real-time water quality monitoring systems. The dissolved oxygen, biochemical oxygen demand (BOD), chemical oxygen demand (COD), nitrate, and ammoniacal nitrogen were examined for pre-lockdown period, that was from March 15 to 21, and during lockdown period, that was from March 22 to April 15. During March 14 to 16, there were rains in this part of the country that may have resulted in increased flow, providing dilution during the first week of lockdown. However, the second week and after that, it got reduced to the pre-lockdown levels. So let us know the impact of lockdown on mainstream. Variations in DO, BOD, COD, nitrate, and ammoniacal nitrogen are shown at various locations along Ganga from Bijnor in Uttar Pradesh to Havra in West Bangalore during pre-lockdown and lockdown weeks. We divided lockdown weeks into 4 groups. Week 1 lasted from March 22 to 28, Week 2 from March 29 to April 4, Week 3 from April 5 to 11, and Week 4 from April 12 to 15. Now, this figure is showing the variation in dissolved oxygen before lockdown and after lockdown. The values of DO in River Ganga at various monitoring stations from Madhya Ganga Barrage, that is in Bijnor, to Millennium Park Bridge, Havra, during pre-lockdown period up to the 4th week of lockdown are taken. The slight decrease in dissolved oxygen observed at all places during the first week after lockdown. That may be due to the increased level of suspended solids and turbidity in the river water because of heavy rain. Dissolved oxygen concentration remain above the bathing criteria, that is of 5 mg per liter or more. The graph clearly indicates an increasing trend in the values of dissolved oxygen of the river at most of the monitoring locations in week 2 and 3. This may be attributed to reduced release of industrial waste and reduced discharges from various non-point sources. Now, this figure is showing the variation in biological oxygen demand. Though there is no steep reduction in BOD at most of the monitoring stations. Lower BOD values were recording during 4th week as compared to previous week. The BOD value ranged between 1.13 mg per liter to 5.56 mg per liter during the lockdown period. That is more or less similar to the pre-lockdown range. This indicates the continual discharge of wastewater. Now, the chemical oxygen demand. Some locations in the upper stretch in UP have recorded a decreasing trend in the COD levels. However, a few stations such as Kannauj, Fatehpur, Kanpur, Rampur have recorded high values, and this can be attributed to the continued wastewater discharge. The range of COD was 6.14 to 17.7 milligram per liter during the pre-lockdown and 6 to 33.2 milligram per liter during the lockdown period. That is very marginal difference. Now, the variation in nitrates. In view of limited industrial and agricultural activities during the lockdown, a declining trend in nitrate concentration was observed. Nitrate levels varied from 0.5 to 2 milligram per liter, and most of the stations recorded a decrease, except the stations of Fatehpur, Allahabad, Berhampur, Sri Rampur, and few stations recorded no change in the nitrate level during the period. Ammonical nitrogen has shown increased levels from 0.15 to 2 milligram per liter. All stations except Biznor, Shuklaganj, Sri Rampur, and Howrah have shown increasing trend in both weeks of lockdown. So this can be attributed primarily to the increased discharge of untreated or partially treated sewage into the river. Now, let's see the effect on the tributaries. So, tributaries also show the same pattern of waste. These tributaries of River Ganga receive both the domestic and industrial effluents from cities, towns, and industries situated along their course before joining Ganga. In view of this, water quality data for these tributaries were also analyzed. From Uttar Pradesh to West Bengal, there are 9 real-time water quality monitoring stations. The concentration of DO increased during the lockdown period. Initially, the improvement was marginal due to the heavy rains, but later, from second week onward, reaching saturation value at various locations. Overall marginal decreasing trend in BOD, COD, and nitrates levels was observed compared to the pre-lockdown phase at most locations. Water quality trends of tributaries to River Ganga is similar trend observed in River Ganga. So here are the figures of variations. I'm just quickly wrapping up considering the time limitations. Okay, now impacts on the drains. So there are 9 real-time water quality monitoring stations on various drains, nalas, namely Jagjitpur Drain, Mawaiya Nala, Rajpul Nala, Antghat Nala, Nala near Srirampur, Bali Khal, located in UK, UP, Bihar, and West Bengal. These drains receive stormwater from flow and domestic and industrial effluent from towns, villages, and industries situated along their course before joining Ganga directly or through one of the tributaries. With respect to water quality of drains discharging in the river Ganga, the improvement was less significant. Dissolved oxygen concentration remained unchanged or slightly inferior to pre-lockdown period, with exception of high concentration at very few locations owing to favorable localized conditions. There were no significant variation observed with respect to BOD and COD concentration. Overall impact of lockdown on water quality of drains was not much apparent due to the undeterred flow of wastewater during the lockdown period. So finally, we concluded that overall improvement in the water quality of River Ganga, especially with regard to increased dissolved oxygen and reduced nitrate concentration. This may primarily be attributed to absence of industrial wastewater discharge, agricultural runoff, and increased wastewater. The reduction in BOD and COD concentration was relatively less due to the continued discharge of domestic wastewater into the river, with estimated quantity of 3,500 million liters per day of sewage, out of which only 1,100 MLD is being treated. Industrial effluent is estimated to about 300 MLD, which is about 9% of total wastewater being discharged into the river every day. So these are the list of real-time water quality monitoring stations. In figure, I have used the short station codes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheetal ma'am, for your nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Questions? Any question from audience?
Any question from audience? Okay.
Okay.
Ma'am, ma'am,
Yes, Ashish sir.
ma'am, as we know, we condition by the government. That means the all the industry activity will start again. Okay. So, ma'am, my question is that if there any study or research is available that will prove that the Ganga River will lose its enhanced property that we got during the lockdown. If yes, then can you explain that probabilistic approach or result, ma'am, please?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, for asking question. Actually, Ganga River is mainly polluted due to the sewage, that is untreated wastewater (STP). And in the PPT, I also discussed that industrial activities are mainly contributing 6% of pollution.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite Mrinal Rai for his presentation on his research paper titled Feasibility of Temporary Structures in a Case of Pandemic Outlook or a Catastrophic Disaster. Paper ID 30.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Uh, 1 second. Yeah. Ma'am, am I audible and my screen is visible?
Yes, yes, Mrinal, you are audible.
Okay.
Your screen is also presented.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Pranal Rai, and I am an undergraduate student in Jodhpur Institute of Engineering and Technology. And my topic for this conference is feasibility of temporary structures in case of pandemic outbreak or a catastrophic disaster. If we talk about the last 2 decades, uh, we have experienced some of the major disasters that have occurred. Like if I take some of the examples, like 2001 Bhuj earthquake in Gujarat, India, which made almost 4 lakh people homeless. Then in 2005 Hurricane Katrina, which was one of the highest recorded hurricanes in the USA. Then 2011 Japan earthquake, which was around 9 magnitude on Richter scale, and one of the biggest pandemic of the 21st century till date, COVID-19, and also the recent Assam floods, which happened a couple of days back only. So all these disasters, despite of being having so many high technological advancements, still these disasters occur and still these pandemic outbreaks happen. So before I move towards my study, let's talk about what is temporary structures. So temporary structures are structures which are erected to fill a temporary need lasting for hours, days, weeks, and sometimes months. A typical temporary structure is designed to provide shelter to people, products, equipment, animals, or anything else which needs to be sheltered. Now, the significance of this study is to provide some housing solution in post-disaster scenario or in a pandemic outbreak. Uh, Using temporary structures requires less manpower, and these structures are quite easy to construct, and the materials which are used are easily available. These structures are fairly inexpensive to construct, and since we are using recyclable materials in these structures, so they decreases the construction waste which is produced. And last point is making people comfortable for the future use of structures. If I take an example of Jodhpur only, in Jodhpur, in the middle of the city, there is a marriage hall, Maheshwari Bhavan, which has been used for COVID-19 pandemic as a quarantine center. So I have myself and I have dealt with some of the people that are quite skeptical to use that building after the pandemic is over. So, and in India and throughout the world, government is using some of the government properties which are available as a quarantine center, which are making people very skeptical to use them. Now, some of the solutions which can be adopted is number one, use of shipping containers. Shipping containers are very easily available and they are quite easy to transport from one place to another using railway network or ships. And if we see the bottom right picture, it is a plan showing a shipping container which is transformed into a single person occupancy. It has provided bathroom, a bed, and a kitchen. So these containers can be designed to accommodate one or two people. These containers can be stacked on top of each other, so they can be used where there is a scarcity of land. As I already mentioned, they can be transported easily, but the main disadvantage of using shipping containers is that these containers has to be modified ahead of the time, and these containers has to be stored and can only be used in case a disaster or a pandemic happen in the coming future. The second solution is to use movable trailers. These trailers are quite easy to transport. They can be transported through railway network as shown in the figure below, or they can be transported by attaching it to a back of a truck, and they can be transported by road as well. And in 2005 USA hurricane, these structures were used to provide temporary shelter to the people affected by that Hurricane Katrina. But since these trailers are quite easy to transport, so the size of these trailers are very small. The next solution is to use readily available materials to construct a structure. Readily available materials can be any material which is available to local. Like if I talk about Jodhpur, stone is available locally and it is available in a large quantity. So using structure made of stone masonry will provide a stable structure and it will have a great strength. But the disadvantage with using these structure is they will require some time to construct and it will be a costly construction. Now the fourth solution is using earthy materials. Earthy materials can be materials like mud bricks, mud mortar, timber, or etc. Any material, and these materials are eco-friendly and these materials are easily accessible anywhere in the world. And since they are eco-friendly materials and they are made up of mud and timber, so they produce less construction waste. But the main disadvantage of using these types of structure is that they have very little strength as compared to the previous structures. In the figure that is shown, there is a house in Uganda which is constructed using mud bricks and mud mortar and some timber as well. And the next solution is to provide steel sheds, is using steel sheds which are already constructed, like if we talk about the storage units which are constructed outside the city region, they can be used as a temporary shelter as well. Because of their large sizes, a lot of people can be accommodated in these structures. So, if we talk about the number of structures required, it's very less. It's very less. And since all the patients or all the people affected by disasters are at one place, so to take care and to have proper checkup is quite easy. easy. And also the one point I like to mention is that all if we are using temporary structures and if we are moving people into one place, then it will form a community of people which are affected by such a tremendous disaster. So they could share their experience. They could talk and they could have a normal conversation, which will help at a psychological level, will help reducing the trauma which has caused due to the disaster. So I would like to conclude that this study which I have provided provides some solutions which are quite feasible and durable to use in any disaster or a pandemic. The materials which are used in these structures are recyclable, they reduces the construction waste, and they are fairly easy to construct. And the materials required for these structures are easily available. And in future, using temporary structures will provide proper aid to the people in a pandemic outbreak or a catastrophic disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Minal. Any questions from author, audience? Ma'am, please.
Yeah, thanks, Rinal. Any questions from audience? No. Rinal gave very good ideas about the temporary structures in the pandemic outbreak, just like shipping tankers, movable trailers, earthy materials, steel shades. Yes. Thank you very much. Nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Minal. Thank you, Minal.
Now, I would like to invite the next presenter, Kriti Agnihotri, to present her research paper on air quality monitoring in Kanpur city. Paper code is I6.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kriti Agnihotri. I am doing my master's from Environmental Science and Engineering. My topic is ambient air quality monitoring in Kanpur city. So monitoring of the air pollution. Monitoring is done to keep a track on the quality of the air with a view of the collect information and improve it. So the best indicators for the monitoring purpose is SO2, smoke, suspended particles. And here we have done the monitoring of SO2 and NO2 only. So these are monitored on daily basis and the results are collected by the central agency. And these projects are basically under the Central Pollution Control Board. So first we discuss something about the basic indicators like SO2. The major contaminant in the urban and industrial areas which is used by the colorimetric conductivity and colorimetry and aperiometry. And second is the smoke index. A known volume of the air is filtered through a white known as basically filtered paper something under specified conditions and then stained embedded by the photoelectric meter and expressed in μg per meter cube of air. Third is the grit and dust measurement. Deposit collect grit, dust and other solids which are analyzed monthly. And the fourth is haze. It is traditionally an atmospheric phenomena where the dust, smoke and other dry particles obscure the clarity of the sky, like we can see in this picture. And the fifth one is air quality index. This is the main thing we focus about. The Ministry of the Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Sri Prakash Javadekar has launched the National Air Quality Index in New Delhi on September 2014. Under the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, it is outlined at one number and one color description like that. The index continued that the government mission to introduce the culture of the cleanliness introduced as the institutional and the infrastructure measurement are being taken in order to introduce the Ministry of the Environment, Forest and Climate Change proposed to discuss the issues concerned regarding the quality of the air with the Ministry of the Human Resource Development in order to include this issue as a part of the sensation program in the course curriculum. During the monitoring of the concentration of the different pollutants within the study area are evaluated, which are further used to calculate the AQI or air quality index. An air quality analysis that represent an air quality status uniformly. It tells about how the clean or polluted our air is, and how it might affect a concern about this. AQI calculated basically for the these 3 to 5 air pollutant like ozone, particulate pollutant, also known as particulate matter, which we inhale like PM 2.5 and PM 10. These are the basically particulate matter, and carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen dioxide. Here is a table in which shows the AQI range, which is the standard specified range, which by which we can see that if the AQI lies between 0 to 50, then air quality is good, and it is denoted by green color. And when air lies between 51 to 100, it is moderate, like yellow. And if it is 101 to 150 AQI, it is unhealthy for sensitive groups, and it lies in orange. And basically most of the part of the India is lies in 151 to 200, that is unhealthy, and red. And basically in Diwali time or like that, where yag or something like that happens, it lies in red only. And then purple and maroon, it is the worst condition for the air. So these are the some newspaper cuttings collected about the air quality. It is November 2019 data, which it shows. WHO in its publication Air Quality of the Guidelines for the Europe has described the approved method for determining that concentration of the common air pollutant and their health hazard. The starting point for the derivation of the guideline was described the lowest concentration and the adverse effect are observed. On the basis of the evidence concerning adverse effect, judgment about the protection factors needed to minimize the health risks were made. So these are the guidelines approved by the WHO in 1987. According to these all, we have worked on it. So the basic criteria of our study starts from here. That is, we have used it RDS, respiratory dust sampler, to collect the dust and then to measure it in lab. In this the top portion from this the air sucks in it, and then here it is a filter paper attached, and which collects all the dust, and the rest of the particles is collected here in the impinger from where HO2 and NO2 is calculated. Their reagents are there in which the HO2 and NO2 are mixed, and then we go through lab, and then we calculate the value, and analysis is done regarding that. So these are the dust cups. These dust cups are used to collect that dust in this RDS, whichever is there, and it is numbered using now according to the places. We have taken 3 places: Dadanagar and IIT Kanpur, and one more place is after collecting all the samples, we have started doing that sampling. For the sampling, we have uses 2 methods for the sampling, like modified West and Gaike method for the sulfur dioxide, and for the nitrogen dioxide, we have taken modified Jacob and Hollister method. In this, we have for the sampling, we have taken that 30 ml solution in the impinger, and keep it in 4 hours in that RDS machine. After sampling, the volume of the sample is transferred in the sample storage, and then we have to go to lab for the analysis. For the analysis, we have mixed all the samples and add some sulfonamic acid and nitrate, and also using the oxides of nitrogen, we have taken the formaldehyde solution, paracetamine solution, and then 25 ml of the distilled water, and then prepare the similarly a blank solution. So these are the working principles. What we have done, we have this pink one shows the SO2. This the darker one is the means that there is a higher concentration of SO2 in that part, and the lighter one means that there is lower concentration of SO2. And similarly, like yellow part you have seen, this yellow means NO2. So the color detection is also done here. We have done the color detection using this spectrophotometer. For the SO2, we have taken it for the 514 nm, and for NO2 560 nm. It is a standard prescribed limit, so we have to set it at 540 and 560, and then we have to calculate it using the color. So the color will define the using this one. And then we have plotted all the readings of all the samples. It is a 24-hour monitoring we have done using the three sites, IIT Kanpur, Dadanagar and Ramadevi. These three sites are calculated, and then we have plotted all the readings and then calculated. These are the initial and the final sampling time. Like we have started, example, we have taken like 9 June to 10 June. So what we have done in 9 to 10 June, we have taken from the 6 a.m. morning to 2 a.m, and then we have to change that filter paper as it contaminate in between these hours, and then from 2 to 10 we have taken another filter paper, and then 10 to 6 the third one. So these are the codes we have just writing up like for our convenience. These are the codes of that filter paper. So for the calculation, firstly we have to weight that filter paper. And then after that we have again weighted, and then we have subtracted this to get the exact weight or the weight of the dust, and the rest of the dust is collected in these dust cups. These dust cups are used to collect that PM10 dust, and the filter paper used to collect at PM 2.5, which is the which we can take from our nose or inhale. These type of dust are collected in this filter paper. And after these, the impingers are also there, where SO2 and NO2 are collected. These are the volume, initial volume. Then this is the adsorbent we have calculated using that uh, spectrophotometer, and this is the value we have calculated using this, and this subtracted by this, and formula is there. Similarly for SO2 also we have done the same thing, and using this MS Excel formula we have calculated RSPM and TSPM also. And then this graph is plotted. This graph is basically plotted using the sampling. We have plotted only up to 6 to 7 absorbance ratio, and it is plotted for more also. We have taken here the values from the MS Excel sheet, and then calculated this graph is plotted. So these all values are in the regarding that Kanpur city only. These three places we have monitored. So these values are provided in my research paper. All the details about this: IIT Kanpur, Dadanagar, and Ramadevi. Here IIT Kanpur is like less polluted regarding air pollution. Dadanagar and Ramadevi are like industrial areas and very heavy traffic, and also there are more pollution there regarding air. So just it's a comparative also, and we have taken the standard values of the AQI to compare what the values are. So the National Air Quality Monitoring Program is sponsored by the Central Pollution Control Board since 1990. I have worked under this program also. This currently running in IT Kanpur. So these all the values are from there only. So these are generated database of over last 14 years in 10 major cities. The trends of the analysis shows that the suspended particle matter SPM exceeds the CPCB standards in all the cities and the time throughout the year. The concentration ratio of P less than 10 fraction, that the human respiratory particles, that is PM10 less than PM10. So the total SPM varies between 30% to 60% with the coastal cities showing the highest percentage. So this is the CPCB standard values for the SO2, NO2, particulate matter 10 and particulate matter 2.5, ozone, lead, carbon monoxide and ammonia. We have basically calculated about these four things: SO2, NO2 and PM10 and PM2.5. These are the standard values which are there, and this is the method of the measurement. So for the SO2 we have taken the this West and Geiger method, and for the NO2 we have taken modified Jacob and Holston method. For the particulate matter PM10 and 2.5, we have taken the gravimetric method. That is, we have calculated each and every filter paper using the gravimetric method. We have measured each weight, and using weight as means gravity. Now the effects of the air pollution. So effects of the air pollution is like, for us, air pollution effect by our lungs and everything, and the social and economical aspects also. Health aspects. The health aspects of the air pollution are the both immediate and delayed. Some are like, some people are started coughing and everything as they came in contact with that air. Here we are prescribed to use the mask before this COVID also. We are using mask here since last October or so, because of the air pollution also. The air, the immediate are borne by the respiratory system. The resulting states is acute bronchitis. If the air pollution is intense, it may result in the death by suffocation. The delayed effect most commonly linked with the air pollution and chronic bronchitis, lung cancer, bronchi asthma, emphysema, and respiratory allergies. So these are the pollutants, their mechanism, and the health effects. PM10 and PM2.5 causes some respiratory infections, chronic bronchitis, and carbon monoxide can even cause death, low hemoglobin, and low birth weight. Polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon like benzene causes carcinogenic. Mechanism is carcinogenic, and the potential health effect is lung cancer, cancer of the mouth, etc. NO2, that is nitrogen dioxide, causes reduced lung function in children, respiratory infection, and same for the SO2 also. Socio and economical effect. These are comprised of the global warming, destruction of the plants and animals' life, corrosion of the metal, acid rain, corrosion of the metal, cost of cleaning and maintenance, aesthetic nuisance, visibility in the towns. So ozone causes crop damage to the trees, decrease in the resistance to other disease for both crops and other plants. Carbon monoxide causes similar health effects in animals as on humans. And nitrogen oxide causes acid rain, visibility, degradation, particle formation, contribution towards ozone formation. Particulate matter causes visibility degradation and monument and building soil safety effects and aircraft from reduced visibility. So prevention and control is the plant more trees and follow some rules and regulations like do not use old vehicles and more smoke producing vehicles, and weekly or monthly lockdown like that. Study I have shown that is better for that. The WHO has recommended the following procedure for the prevention and control. So, the contamination. This is prevention of the escape of the toxic substance into ambient air by using techniques like enclosure, ventilation, disinfection of the air, UV radiation, and chemical mix. Replacement. Replacing a technological process causing air pollution by the new procedure does not. For example, usage of unleaded petrol. Dilution. It is a valid so long as it is within the self-cleaning capacity of the environment. The establishment of the green belts between the industrial and the residential areas will control the air pollution to some extent. So, some legislation. for the air pollution are: air pollution is
Kriti,
controlled in the countries by suitable legislation. Example: Clean Air Act legislation covers such as matters at height of chimneys, power of the local authorities to carry out investigations, research and education concerning air pollution. Creating of the smoke.
Kriti, complete your presentation within time limit. Come to the conclusion.
Yeah, was
Yeah.
only two or three minutes. In the year 1981 of the Government of India, we have enacted the Air Prevention and Control Act to decrease the air pollution. International action. The WHO established an international network of the laboratories for the monitoring and the study of the air pollution. The network consists of the two international centers at the London and Washington, 3 in Moscow, Nagpur and Tokyo, and 20 in the various parts of the world. These centers will issue the warning where and when necessary. So, thank you.
Kriti, very nice presentation and very good research work on air quality monitoring in Kanpur city. You had used RDS and installed RDS in 3 different zones in Kanpur city. Yes, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
So, is this apparatus is costly or economical? Do you know about it? Something?
No, it is not like that. That person to person in every home use that. It is like available in every institute and lab. It is like costly.
Costly, no?
Yeah, it is
Okay.
costly, but not
You,
for like common people. They can put in
yes.
home and
Yes,
calculate.
yes,
It is
yes.
very heavy instrument.
Asking. That's why I'm asking. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to all participants and faculty
Thank you,
members
ma'am.
of JIT.
Any question from
Now,
ma'am? Any question from authors?
any
Any question from
questions?
any question from audience? Okay, okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we will meet in the third session of the second day of International E-Conference, RACECTAM 2020. Thank you very much.
So much. This is the end of the day one, session two.